Okay, what's going on, everybody? What is going on for real? My intro video did not play. Let me refresh. Okay, sorry about that. Hey, Poetry, how you doing? I don't know what is going on. My intro video did not play all the way. And it's always like this connection with the. I don't know if you guys can you hear me? There we go. Okay, I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me or not. But thank you all so much for tuning in. You can hear what's going on, mister. Thank you so much. Shout out to all of you all tuning in. Thank you all so much for joining. I decided to go ahead and do a reaction to uh Candace's show she did yesterday and today. Yes, we're gonna knock out two birds with one stone. And then I'm still gonna go live with Umar. I'll just do a late live with Umar tonight and do the part two where he's violating whole laws, trying to play psychology. But that is going to be a good live. This one is going to be as fun as we're going to make it. Hopefully, you guys have seen the video that I did last night. After the live, I was able to research more information about the IRS extension dates and as well as, basic information about endowments. And I am so glad that I did because I hate when, you know, false information is reported and it's like this is just a Google search. Like the idea that they're, Turning Point USA is not trying to file their taxes is false. The idea that they're investing in the stock market is false, considering what that account is or what endowments allow you to do. They're trying to give this perception that they should not be doing that when that is exactly what you do with endowment funds. And all it took was for Candace and whomever this wolves and finance person is to do a Google search, research the information. I mean, I know the video is like a hour plus. I think it's like hour 15, 17 minutes long. But that research just, giving context can make a huge difference between, you claiming to be a journalist, to which we all know Candace is bad at doing, and she's not, versus just a gossiper. It's like she's intentionally trying to make Turning Point look bad. Now she's trying to make it seem as if they're doing something that's criminalistic, even though nothing that they're doing with Turning Point Endowment is illegal. It's actually quite ethical as well. They have the ability to invest in the dang on stock market with endowment funds because that's what that funds is set up to do. And the type of fund that they have, the type of endowment they have is a board designated endowment. So the power and the decisions rest upon the board of the organization. That would have been Charlie Kirk. Go figure. It's so crazy. And I just, like I said, I give you guys the information so that you guys can go through it. And if there's something, I'm not a tax attorney or accountant. I worked in finance. I'm a senior financial analyst. My field of work has always been in finance and in healthcare. But I'm not going to sit here and lie and say I know everything about, taxes. I don't. But when it comes to those types of concepts, you're talking about a matter of researching the information so that you don't play somebody's video where he sounds like he's saying I find it to be unethical. You're not even saying how. There was nothing that was unethical that was done. Everything is in accordance with what the endowment is set up to do. It's so crazy. So it's like they're reaching for something. I'm wondering if she paid that guy, whoever this wolves and finance person is. I'm curious to know if she may have paid him to do that video because it just like her, he presented no facts, no evidence, no documentation, gave no context, did no research, no nothing, just his opinions and dumb stuff, and that's it. This is crazy. So thank you all so much for tuning in. We're gonna go through her 2 episodes. Yeah, I can only watch her now with you all. I can't watch Candace by myself anymore. I guess we've all spoiled each other on that. I cannot watch Candace Owens by myself. I have to watch it with you all because it's the only way I can have a group of normal, sane-minded individuals. So all the Lucksters that are willing to sit down and understand that she is just as crazy as she sounds. And I don't feel alone in saying this girl is batch crazy. Like I don't feel alone in that. Because she's out of her mind. Instead, you can't make this stuff up. All right. Oh, shout out to everyone here. Thank you. Shout out to my mods. Francisca, how you doing? To all the Lucksters, to all the members, to all the supporters, to all the candy asses that keep coming over here and getting factual information and then still act like they don't understand it. Yeah, shout out to you all as well. What's happening? Hope you guys had a good day. Midweek. We are in the middle of the week. Can hear you well. Thank you so much, Poetry. I appreciate you guys confirming that. What's going on, Caleb? Hey, Candace must think she's Tupac, me against the world. Obviously. What's going on, brother Malik? Greetings, little sis, my LLC family. Y'all say hello. Everybody say hello to everybody. Everybody speak to everybody. Shout out to you, brother Malik. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. I got to tell you all, I am so ecstatic over seeing the video that I did yesterday. One of the lives, it's this vertical angle broadcast got over 8,000 views. I thought I was seeing something. Oh, man. Can't believe it. That is a blessing. And the videos are really picking up traction. And people are actually seeing, this great content here. It warms my heart, y'all. It really does. It is an absolute blessing. And so we want to keep that momentum going because, Candace, I'm going to keep debunking you for however long. You want to keep lying? I'm going to keep debunking you, girl. I can't understand why you want to go out your way, Candace, to try to make it seem like Turning Point is doing something illegal and unethical when it comes to endowment funds, something you know nothing about. It's so ridiculous. It's like she wants Erica Kirk to look bad. Yeah, I said it was a bad idea for, Erica Kirk to be the CEO and, she's grieving. She treats people like they're stupid. She acts like Charlie Kirk in one scenario can't make decisions for himself, and she somehow got to be his defender. But then in any other scenario, he's brilliant. You would have figured it out by sundown. Yeah, he did figure it out. That's why he created an endowment. Candace, he was the president of the board. He created an endowment to invest, to ensure that there is some return on investment flowing back into the company. So yes, he did figure it out. You're trying to make it seem like he broke a law. The guy had to keep saying, it's not necessarily illegal. It's not illegal at all. It's not illegal at all. And they're not legally required to have an endowment. But what they have, the type of endowment that they have, they're doing exactly what the policies that they have established and the restrictions that are in place allows them to do. So nothing was unusual looking at the tax documents again after having read the information about endowments and about them being able to get an additional extension for another 3 months, providing that they are able to articulate why they need it, which the CEO being shot and killed is more than enough of an valid reason to get an additional 3-month extension. They also have, tax accountants. They have a whole firm that does audits. I'm sure they're going to be able to work something out with the IRS to submit the three subsidiary companies that he has. It was two other 501c3s and a 501c4. And that's more aligned with, like, political contributions and super PACs and those types of things. But they're going to get the documents in. They've done it every year thus far. Why would they not do it now? I mean, it's so crazy. They couldn't show that they've never, filed the documents in the past. So they can't say that there's a trend or a pattern of behavior here. This is the first time that you haven't seen something done by a due date and you have an extenuating circumstance to justify it. It's that simple, people. It's that simple. The CEO was shot and killed. That might put a kibosh on a lot of things being done on time. It's called common sense, Candace. You know that one thing you said you got a lot of that you really don't? How do you lack common sense in a situation where you need nothing but common sense? And she still doesn't show common sense. Makes no sense. That girl is a joke. All right, y'all. Let's get to some more comments and then we're going to get started. Let me go ahead and set up the videos. Lord have mercy. I don't understand what her whole MO is at this point. Egyptian something, Egyptian. Okay. She's just been so, I really can't stand her. I know. I watched her vid this morning. Thank you, mister. Did a nice methodical run through. I try my best. I mean, I'm not an expert in taxes. I'm not an expert in investment accounts. But based on the information that is available, the facts that are out there that exist, and the fact that they can get a second extension, they haven't done anything unethical or illegal. And Candace Owens is still a thunkhead. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, man. I hope you guys had a great day. She's straight jacket ready. What's going on, ES5? Shout out to my mods. I appreciate you all for tuning in. The Honey Bun Empress, how you doing? Don't blame you. Hope you guys are. Oh man, this is gonna be fun. Starboy the Night, how you doing? Love you all. Cool. We got new people up in here. Y'all make sure you're watching. Come into the chat and speak. Hit the like button. Engage in the chat. Don't be afraid. Including the candy asses, because they come up in here anyway. Trolls gonna be trolls. But don't be afraid to come up in here and engage in the conversation. It's definitely, either way, I don't always nail it 100% of the time. As much as I wanted that email to say she did not get that damn degree, Lord. She did. A degree. Well, man, you just can't make this up. So I want to thank you all. Let's push up the views on these videos, especially the one I'm going to keep forwarding, the one that I did last night out about this tax thing and the endowment, because Candace and that dude were dead wrong. And they're not even factually correct. So, no. All right. We get ready to get into it. Thank you all so much. Let's go ahead and start with the show that she did yesterday. And then we'll go right into the one she did today. And yes, I am going to speed it up. Because Candace, sometimes you just talk too slow. Especially when, you ain't saying a bunch of nothing. At the very least, it'll be good to laugh at. All right. Put a 1 in the chat where you can see and hear. Let's get to it.
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. Rob McCoy, America's pastor. Remember, Charlie told me I was America's pastor. Well, it sure as heck seems that this American pastor travels to Israel a lot. A lot of these American pastors do. And he went there the other day to, of course, honor Charlie Kirk. We're going to talk about that. And I want to say Zionists are confusing at best. They say Charlie was their bestest friend forever and ever. Yet for whatever reason, they are deeply upset by this investigation. They are deeply upset that we revealed the license plate numbers associated with the Egyptian frequent flyers. Why do you think they're upset about that? I don't understand. Why would something like that upset them? It's almost like they know something that we don't. We're going to figure out what that is. Welcome back to Candace.
Is she wearing the same shirt?
So a couple of housekeeping items to start. My sister is an accountant. She hit me up this morning and she told me that actually the filing deadline, if you file for an extension, which we can assume Turning Point did, was November 15th for this year. So their filing would have been due on Saturday, this last Saturday for Turning Point USA. And it is possible that they did file it on Saturday and maybe it's being processed. It would have been late.
And they can get an additional 3 months if not. So hopefully Candace Owens' sister told her all of that information and not just part of it. Because we know Candace will leave stuff off, because lying by omission. Candace, that's what you do. It's funny how you recognize that so well, wrongfully in others. You sit here and use that term frivolously, girl. But they can get an extension for an additional 3 months. So if they do that, then that takes them out to from November 15th, December, January, I think up to February 15th of next year. But that's what they just need. They need time. They lost their CEO. So because Candace doesn't know how extensions work with the IRS, yeah, she gave out the wrong date. Oh, God. You can't make this stuff up.
Beginning yesterday when we covered it. So I just wanted to update you guys on that. And of course, we will keep refreshing the IRS website and see whether or not that filing came through since the whole world wants to see it. Anyways, back to our Zionist friends. Israeli and American Zionists are deeply bothered about the Egyptian plane. They're not concerned in the way that you think they would be. You would think that they would be, oh my gosh, thank you, Candace. We love Charlie so much. We're very concerned to learn that these Egyptian military planes were tracking Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk for years. What can we do to help? Gosh, we're right next door to them. We did a lot to eat it. We actually control a lot and we surveil a lot in that state. Let us help you. Rather, their concern is that we revealed the rental license plates. These are real tweets from some Zionists. We've got Eyal Yacobi who writes, "This is what doxing looks like. These are unparalleled levels of insanity. This is truly dangerous." Oh, it's dangerous. So basically what doxing is, if you're not familiar with that term, is it's when you put private information up about an individual that can become identifiable. So like if I published your private address and then somebody could go to your home and harm you. That's what they're accusing me of. Erin Wexler. Now this is the girl that was at the now infamous.
It does not have to involve someone coming out and harming you. It's the fact that you're simply putting up personal identifiable information without consent. One thing that you seem to just overlook, Candace, without consent. You need to look at the legal definition of doxing. Without consent. If it's not readily available to the public, you do not get to make that decision for it to be made available to the public. And I don't think these people would agree for you to release any information regarding planes that, who knows, could be a part of some sort of clearance. You don't know. If you're saying they're Egyptian planes, how do you know that whomever owns those planes want you to put out any of this information? Because you're trying to force connect something to the death of Charlie Kirk. Only for it to still fail if it goes to court. That's what you're not thinking about either. It's still going to fail when it goes to court. You won't be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these two planes had anything to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the problem that everyone is having. Do you understand, Candace? Because you don't have the common sense God gave a billy goat. You're not presenting evidence to show there's any connection at all. I thought you already knew who the shooter was since you're claiming that it's not Tyler Robinson. Why don't you tell us who the shooter is so they can go and arrest him and get the bad guy off the street, girl? You can't make this up.
Hampton's retreat, she wrote this, back that up. Candace started her career by doxing teenagers. Old habits die hard. That is just so weird. I just thought the Hamptons people would be on this Egyptian thing, trying to help as best they could. But they're actually more concerned for these Egyptians who were renting a car. And therefore, since they don't even go here, like, why would this be identifying information? Are you concerned for like Hertz? Rent a car? What are you concerned about here? We're not clear. Now, going back to what we've learned about this flight thus far, I want to remind you.
You're not clear because those rental cars are put in someone's name. They're associated to someone that has rented that vehicle, where there is sure to be a name, phone number, email address, probably a credit card on file, how long they're going to have it, the VIN number information related to it, the plate number related to it. Now they got to worry about being followed. See, if you can't think along those lines, Candace, you don't have any common sense. Those are simple questions that you can just ask yourself. It's the who, what, when, where, why, and how. If you can't even nail the basic concept of journalism and just answer those 5 W's and how, you are bad at this. And you're nothing more than a gossiper. Like a gossip column. Bottom line, she's not sharing any factual information that would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they had anything to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Because where any of this stuff would matter is in the court of law, not on Candace's YouTube channel. No one cares about that. So who's the bad guy, Candace? Tell us who the shooter is.
That we have confirmed that this was a full flight over to Utah. This Egyptian flight, and I'm referring to BTT, SU-BTT, landed into Utah 6 days before Charlie Kirk's assassination. So we are looking at anywhere between 12 to 14 quote unquote Egyptians that were on this flight and deplaned on September 4th. Okay. A high government source actually reached out and made me aware. And this is stunning, actually, that we missed this common sense. I should have figured this out all by myself.
No, because you're not smart, girl. Do you realize these are related to military planes? Thank you, S-Files. So if they're related to military planes and they were, correct me if I'm wrong, contracted with the military. There were military contracts. What in the world? Hey, Laura. I'm here watching from the kitchen. Oh, you're all good, girl. It's all good. So if they were military contracts, then that's more of a reason for you not to be releasing out any information. Because how do you know you don't need clearance to do this? Maybe they have a contract with the Department of Defense or Federal Aviation, FAA. What is wrong with you? If they're contracted with the military, that is not who is your connection? Because that person is going to be in a whirlwind of trouble. That's not for you to release, Candace. See, you lack the common sense to even respect the rule of law and understand that there are just certain things that need to remain confidential because it protects our borders. It keeps us secure. It keeps the U.S. in its sovereign status. So our enemies don't really know what's really going on over here. You think we're going to have 2 Egyptian planes in our airspace and we don't know why they're up there? Candace, if you really think that, you're just as dumb as you sound, girl. Because the U.S. Air Force has no problem taking a plane out of the sky. Especially when it's not supposed to be up there in our airspace. There is no way. We did not know the U.S. military that they're contracted with did not know that these planes were here. They have nothing to do with Charlie Kirk, and you keep trying to force fit it. It's so stupid. This is so dumb. You're right, S-Files. She released information related to military contracts because, she's also using CIA logo apparel. She doesn't think that the CIA can sue her ass over. So, more display of her not having common sense.
But there is such a thing as federal protocol. They told me, this person in the State Department confirmed, that a foreign military jet actually can't just land on American soil without the federal government paying attention. It actually requires a federal escort. Okay.
Oh
Again,
God.
Common sense. I don't know how we didn't think of this ourselves. Of course, if you're a military jet, you can't just fly into a foreign land and hop off the jet and be like, okay, bye. Just going to do whatever I want. Of course.
Didn't I say that last week? Candace, the first time you said something about Egyptian planes, I said that in my videos. I'm glad you're watching. You still couldn't make that connection. I already said that. They're not going to be in our airspace without us knowing, let alone land on U.S. soil. Thank you for taking the words out my mouth from my video. Girl, you're
going to go, hi, are we starting a war here? What's going on? So this person tells me that, of course, that cannot happen. The government is immediately aware that this military-equipped plane is coming in and an escort is provided because they want to know where they are going, what they are doing. So the question now is, and maybe Kash Patel can help us answer this, just kidding,
No.
you know he won't.
No.
Who were the federal agents that escorted these Egyptians off the plane?
None of your business. Nope. You will not get that information, girl. Kick rocks. Why didn't your so-called connect tell you that? That's my question. Because common sense and all, Candace, why didn't you get your connections? Oh, wait. Candace said she has leaks in the FBI. Y'all remember the CNN interview? Why am I getting more comments saying people saying that I shouldn't be pausing and talking? Let me tell you something. That's not how YouTube works. Otherwise, it's just copying someone else's video. You want to watch the full CNN interview without my commentary? Go watch it on CNN. Good luck to that. But over here, I give commentary for a reason. And I don't have to script mine. These same candy asses don't have a problem listening to Candace spew out dumb stuff. I give commentary with facts and documentation. And I can't believe you're pausing it so much. I can't believe you're complaining about it on my channel. Like I care. No, I don't. Otherwise, it will be flagged. So the idea of doing commentary and content on YouTube, for those who do understand, is to where you have to have it done in a way where you're incorporating it into your own original content. Otherwise, you're just copying. And then that could lead to some form of a strike. They can say, hey, you just copying my video. Someone just takes my video and they add nothing to it and they just upload it to their channel. I can have that removed because all they're doing is just copying what I've already said and done. So it's more of YouTube policies that go into that. And because I'm using this to express my commentary. That's it. Reactionary videos like this, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give commentary on this and provide my input. You want to watch the whole video? I suggest those who are saying that watch her whole video. Then you can come back to the Lady Luck Club and listen to my commentary and you're not feeling irritated. I just can't watch her by myself. I just can't. But those who can still watch Candace without someone pausing and talking and making sense out of the buffoonery coming out of her mouth, God bless your heart and all your parts. I can't do it no more. Because if you watch this by yourself, you'd be mad as hell. You be sitting here yelling at the phone. You can't, I don't do it. Nope. I have to watch it with you all. You guys give me some sort of peace. Keep me calm. All right. But this goes to show how delusional she is. And she claims she's got, leaks in the FBI. Candace, why didn't they tell you who the agents were getting off these alleged Egyptian planes to which you have not shown any evidence of the planes themselves? Where are the photos of the planes? When you go back to your so-called leaks in the FBI that you said you had on CNN's interview where that girl demolished you, why don't you ask them to send you a photo of these two planes? Blue and yellow are not hard to miss. A whole blue and a yellow plane, they're not hard to miss. Why don't you have them send you a photo of both of the planes and then they can tell you what escort? The escort, more than likely, Candace, would be military, not the FBI. Because you're not that smart, but whatever. If they're military contracts, then more than likely the military will be their escort. Somehow, Candace still hasn't, you just don't understand and comprehend these things, girl. Research it, Candace.
Okay? Because they didn't just disappear into the ether. You guys knew they were coming in and you watched them and you knew what they were doing in Provo.
Hey, make this.
And by the way, while we're checking in on these unanswered questions, has Turning Point mustered the courage to answer my yes or no, circle yes or circle no, as to whether or not these Egyptian jets were known to Charlie? Because like I said yesterday, it is highly plausible, highly likely that they were. He had a photographic memory and he left.
No, he is not here to confirm that, Candace. So it's hearsay. This is how I have to go about it now. I have to go about it as if we are in a court of law. It's hearsay. So I'm going to object to that. The individual you speak of is no longer with us to be able to confirm any of this nonsense you're saying, Candace. So that will be a no, because you have not proven the planes exist. And you cannot prove these planes that you have no photos or videos of was actually following him. So that's a no and hearsay. Continue on, girl.
Planes. He loved learning about military planes. He would have recognized that was circling around him a few times while he was on the road and circling around Erica. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make it very clear. Yes, this is a conspiracy. It is a federal level conspiracy. It is likely an international conspiracy. Multiple countries seem to be involved. And I really hate to upset the Zionist crowd any further, because I know I'm like your fave. But we now have identified a fifth verified rental plate that we can now add to the Egyptian mix. So that's a total of 5 rental cars that were rented by Duncan Aviation that we can review. Also want to thank the many of you who emailed us yesterday and informed me that I apparently do not know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. I think I just was saying 9 or N every time I was reading these plates.
Yeah, because reading is not fundamental for her. What's going on? What's going on at is it Noni? Noni? How you doing? Lady Jane, thank you, Lady Luck. More of your commentary and less of Candace's vile voice. You flatter me. Thank you so much. That warms my heart. And when I see comments like that, it's because they don't understand how YouTube works. And I just kind of laugh at these comments because I'm like, I don't do that over here. I don't just play out the video and don't barely say anything. I mean, y'all can watch it for yourselves if that's the case. But the whole point is to have some discussion and dialogue, and people should walk away learning something new or learning something, or, you may have known a long time ago and you forgot. I mean, that's the whole point. So engage in the chat, ask questions. Don't be afraid. Plenty of mods in the chat to help, get my attention. If I don't see your comment, charge it to my head, not to my heart, because I do want to make sure that I'm able to get to as many of you guys' comments as possible. We do have a $25 goal for the live streams. That just helps source content of the channel. And if you always want to donate, feel free to do so. Cash App is running below. There's supers, and hitting the like button is free. So you guys, we're at 29,000, I think 112 supporters here in the LLC. And it's just a blessing. 117. So I want to thank you all so much for supporting me here in the LLC. We are officially over 29,000. Can we get to 30,000 by the end of the week? If so, can we please do that? And I need you all's help to do it by ensuring that you're hitting the like button and that you're subscribing and sharing the content with others so that they can see it and then more people subscribe. Yeah, shout out to the story box. He sent me one of those little heart badges. So I was like, I'm gonna post it up. I enjoyed the story box content. He's got the cutest British accent. I don't know if it's British or Australian, but it's just a cute accent. I absolutely adore it. But he has great content, and he goes in on Candace. Okay, the story box goes in on Candace. He does not spare that girl 2 seconds, and we are here for it. So I am subscribed to the story box. So if you have not heard of him, go check out the story box. If I can get a mod to drop his YouTube channel link in the chat, check out his content on his channel. And he gave the heart badge. I'm gonna post that up on the channel after the live. So I just wanted to give him a shout out and thank you, Storybox, for the heart badge. I appreciate it. All right, y'all, let's get back to it. Oh, child, what's she saying? N and nines. Candace, is it dyslexia or something else?
Which means I'm probably not qualified to be homeschooling my toddlers. Anyways, I was mixing that up. I'm not going to mix it up now. These are our 5 plates.
She's not
as follows. A white 2025 Toyota Camry. This had an Arizona license plate, and that number is CWN, like Nancy, 9872. Okay.
Why do we need to know this?
Our second plate is a silver 2025 Toyota RAV4. That is a Utah license plate, and that number is E092ZS. Okay. Third vehicle that.
So these individuals that are contracted with the military got off these blue and yellow Egyptian planes and got into these 5 rental cars. And she's giving out the license plates that could be connected to these military contracts without permission from either the company or the military itself. Doxing. Candace, this is doxing, because what if you have some little candy asses that sit here and break laws right along with you? And then they look up these license plates and they're willing to pay for this information because they think that it's somehow going to make them special with you, and it doesn't. And then they end up getting all that information connected to these plates or who was renting them. And then they go to Hertz, and then they go and harass the people at Hertz while they're just doing their jobs, cleaning out rental cars, checking in and out rentals. And now they got to be subjected to harassment because of you. A whole company. Hertz Rental Car just needs to sue Candace Owens if any of their employees experience any level of harassment, bullying, doxing, stalking, any of those things. Just sue Candace Owens and be done with it. You cannot make this up.
We have here is a white 2023 Toyota RAV4, another Utah license plate. The number is T912KM.
There you go. You didn't miss
And
much.
we have a black 2025 Toyota 4Runner, Utah license plate, and that plate is Z923DA. And we can now present to you guys a fifth car, which we know was rented. That is a gray or silver 2025 Toyota 4Runner, Utah license plate number Z349AA.
So if any of the candy asses follow these cars and try to stalk them, they should be arrested. Please call 911 on them and have their asses locked up. I don't care if they're pregnant mommy sleuths impersonating CIA agents. Send their asses to jail. Because Candace Owens does not have the common sense God gave a billy goat with no brain. There's no reason to give us this information, Candace. That was unnecessary. No one needs that. That has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's death. Not at all. She's making it seem as if the shooter suspect got into one of these cars. No, this is something else totally different, people. This is dealing with a blue and yellow Egyptian plane carrying military service contractors. And she's giving out these cars. Apparently they checked into or they rented. You can't make this stuff up. This is absolutely insane. People rent cars. Shocking. I know, right? It's a conspiracy if you rent a car, y'all. Oh my God. And when these mommy sleuths get caught, because they out here thinking that they're, investigators and PIs with no license or certifications to do that, because impersonation is a federal crime. Then they're going to be sitting here saying, well, Candace influenced me and I can't believe this and I would never do this. And it's Thanksgiving coming up and then Christmas. What am I supposed to do about my baby? I'm pregnant. They're not going to want to hear none of that. Because at any given time, these dumbass mommy sleuths that think they're somehow agents could stop, get a job, find something else to do, read books, prepare to be a mother. Why are you sitting here pulling up information you're not privy to? And then you're sending her to docs because she still doesn't understand the legal definition of the word. Candace, you could find out the hard way. I hope they sue your ass for it. They need to sue her behind. They need to sue her. Period. These employees at the rental car company gonna catch it. They're gonna be sitting here getting harassed all day. You can't make this up.
5 vehicles, which were secured by Duncan Aviation. Now, since I wasn't born yesterday, I feel pretty confident concluding that these 12 to 14 Egyptians didn't drop into Provo, Utah in the 6 days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination to fix like a broken light on the plane. Okay. Again, my source there is me not being born yesterday. It's just not how it works. You cannot just get something very quickly fixed in a couple of days and be on.
Who's the source again? She said my source there is me not being born yesterday. So it's the you version that was born 2 days ago. Maybe not yesterday, but the day before. We'll say it's the Candace version that was born the day before yesterday.
Your way. And like I said, they weren't even on the plane on the way out. They waited for that anchor plane, SUBND, the other Egyptian military plane, to take them back home. So what are we looking at here? What exactly were these Egyptians with the federal escorts doing on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination? Well, in terms of some potentially interesting leads, many of you guys actually noted to us that the cars that were in the driveway in the now infamous footage of the alleged shooter, right, which was somehow distributed by TMZ, we don't know how that happened, should probably be investigated further because that's a lot of cars in the driveway. And obviously, every image that we have is blurred. Okay, it seems like we just can't get a clear image at all in this story. And so we cannot, it's impossible to discern anything. But it's therefore possible that some of those cars that we are looking at could be the rented vehicle.
Where did they get this view from? Somebody's house. What the hell? Is this someone's home? Please tell me this is a company and not someone's house. Is she for real? What in the hell am I looking at? Hold on. I'm doing something I don't really want to have to do right now. Let's go back.
Interesting leads. Many of you guys actually noted to us that the cars that were in the driveway in the now infamous footage of the alleged shooter, right, which was somehow distributed by TMZ, we don't know how that happened, should probably be investigated further because that's a lot of cars in the driveway. And obviously, every image that we have is blurred.
No, it's not.
Okay, it seems like we just can't get a clear image at all in this story. And so we cannot, it's impossible to discern anything. But it's therefore possible that some of those cars that we are looking at could be the rented vehicles, right? Maybe the one parked on the right, there is a Toyota RAV4, maybe the two that look similar. One that's dark, one that's lighter. Could that be the gray and the black 4Runner? I don't know, but that could be compelling. That would be something that perhaps Joe Kent and Tulsi Gabbard, who are warring, or at least that's what the press said, warring with the FBI or warring with Kash Patel, could look into. Because this is Egyptian, okay? This is Egyptian. And I also want to add here something that I have always suspected that makes perfect sense to me, which would be the reason that UVU has denied every request, not just to release footage of the day of the assassination, but also to release footage of the days leading up to the assassination. Why? I think it's because the footage that we have seen, right?
No, it's called federal laws. They don't owe you that evidence, girl. It's related to an open federal investigation. Do the candy asses not have any respect for the rule of law? I mean, how much more dumb and rebellious are you going to get? No respect for the rule of law at all. This is not getting us closer to the person Candace claims, I guess, is the shooter, since she doesn't believe that it's Tyler Robinson. Why are you posting up someone's house? Because this is not something that would be readily available to the public like this. And then she's saying it could quite possibly be this type of car, that type of car. What if it's none? What if none of these cars match any of the cars she showed and the license plate she gave out? And this is the best image she could get? Candace, I thought you had a video of Tyler Robinson walking with a woman. Because some mommy sleuth told you the FBI proctored some video. And they left out the part conveniently where Tyler Robinson is walking with a woman. Where is that video, Candace? You said last month you would get that video. Where's that video? We're still waiting. This is insane. What if none of these cars fit that model and make? You can't see nothing about these vehicles. So you're just taking a random house where, if you could tell, y'all, this parking space right here is unusually wide. So one can assume that this whole space here could be meant for the people who reside and are guests at this house and this house. Maybe one of them is a small little company. I don't know. That doesn't even look like a regular house to me, but let's say it is. But you got this extended space right here for people to park at. So who knows? There could be people who are at this house and they just so happen to get the closest spot they can get. Who knows? This is why people deserve the right to live and exist in peace and not be disturbed. You're disrupting that by posting up photos of these houses only for these impersonating agents that are not actual agents. You're calling mommy sleuths to try to get coordinates on these homes. And then next thing you know, the homeowners have to worry about Random dumb idiots surveilling their houses and stalking them. And for what? Because they have no respect for the rule of law or anyone else's rights. Are you kidding? Like I said, to the rental car company, to anyone living in these homes, you see any of these weirdos walking around your homes, driving around like this, knocking on your doors, standing outside your mailbox, have their asses locked up. Call 911, have them arrested, say whatever you need to say and do to get the police out there and have them locked up. Because they're doing this stuff on purpose. You would think she just said what doxing is based on, I guess, her perception of it, because it wasn't the legal definition. And then you put up somebody's house. And she wonders why Phil Lyman was pissed off at her.
Because this is Egyptian, okay? This is Egyptian. And I also want to add here something that I have always suspected that makes perfect sense to me, which would be the reason that UVU has denied every request, not just to release footage of the day of the assassination, but also to release footage of the days leading up to the assassination. Why? I think it's because the footage that we have seen, right, was recorded before September 10th. I always felt that in my gut. I always felt it was a distraction. Person in the staircase, walking across the street in two different outfits. I just felt that some of this footage was recorded in the days leading up, okay? And now that we know that those Egyptian planes came in 6 days before Charlie's assassination, it's possible that they could have staged some of that, which they eventually edited maybe a bit and released it to TMZ in that time frame. What we do know factually,
Candace, no. 6 days. Don't you think they would notice some stuff going on the roof of that building where the shot came from for 6 days? Why don't you go to UVU, to the campus, and do a tour? You would think she would just want to go and retrace the steps of the shooter herself. Start from that and then go and see if there are underground pipes and all this other nonsense you put out there. You know, the communistic bees and all. Why don't you try to go to the campus and find all that? You can do a live show from there. Candace Owens, live from UVU. Take your behind out there to the UVU campus, girl. What are you doing? You're posting up people's homes that could be very well regular U.S. Americans, citizens living in their homes in peace, with the right to exist in peace and not be disturbed like this. And then she's pointing out, and that's a good point you made, Goat. She's pointing out super common cars and vehicles. Very common to see a Toyota or Honda. You know, even higher end like Acura, Lexus, Kias. These are super common cars. So no, that's not special. Nothing special about that. Oh, these are Egyptians. No, they could be Americans. What are we saying? You can't make this stuff up. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Hit the like button. Let's keep on with the video. Yesterday hit over 9,000 views. It is an absolute blessing. Thank you all so much for the support. Let's do it again. All right, let's get back.
We'll have to surmise is that there were eyewitness accounts. You may have lost. Obviously, a lot of stuff came out immediately. But what got lost in the fold was that there were eyewitness accounts of people having seen someone on that roof in the week before the shooting. This got buried in the press. There were students and allegedly a professor who reported seeing someone on the roof a week earlier. And I think we should try to track down these students. Of course, CNN, which ran this article, which I can show you here, didn't include their names, but here is the article. You can see it was published the day after the assassination, and it reads, Utah Valley University student recalls seeing man walking on or near the Lazi Center roof twice in 2 weeks. And from that article, it says, a student says that he last saw the person on the roof last Wednesday at noon, a week before the shooting. He told CNN that he reported his observations to the FBI tip line after the shooting, but he has not heard back. The student described the man as tall, skinny-ish white dude with dark hair. He had a backpack on and was wearing dark clothes. He added that the man was looking down at the courtyard area where Kirk's speaking engagement was later. Okay, now here's what I did. I dug through all of our emails once I realized this and went, okay, maybe there's something here. We should probably look a little further into this. Let's leave no stone unturned.
She doesn't still know that she could possibly be getting trolled. Candace, you don't even use the common sense God gave a billy goat. I promise you don't. So you don't think for 1 second that some of these emails you're getting could be people trolling you and having you throw out these dumb conspiracy theories on purpose? You don't think that's possible? Yeah, okay, keep on. Keep digging. And if you guys go out here talking about you're going to talk to these college students, you got another thing coming. The parents of those college kids are going to go slap off on you, Candace. And they're going to hit you with a lawsuit. And that will be a class action. And then the school is going to come after you because you're harassing their students. What in the entire world is happening here? Girl, if you don't kick rocks, you know. Leave those college kids alone. They better learn and go to class and get an education. Not there to sit here and be subjected to your dumb nonsense because you're trying to make up theories because you're running out of content.
And I found actually that one of you guys had sent me a tip a while ago about this,
Y'all better
and
leave
you
them
had
kids
captured
alone.
that recording. And I'm going to let you listen to this person's testimony. This is, by the way, taken on September 11th. So this is a day after the shooting. We didn't have much details a day after the shooting. And this individual is a student that is being interviewed by another student about what he observed in the aftermath. So I think it's about a 3-minute recording. Let's listen to this observation because it could be important.
Do you think it was last Tuesday or last Wednesday? And recount the first time meeting him and recount the second time meeting, what you remember. Do you remember like what time of day it was?
Mid-afternoon, yeah, I guess I don't remember the exact day. I know at least the second time was last week, either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
Um,
So last Tuesday and Wednesday, but they were on separate days.
they were separate days.
Okay.
It may have been both last week, Tuesday and Wednesday. One of them might have been like the week before Thursday or something.
Stop right there. How could you deem that to be credible, Candace? You're bad at this, girl. You're bad at this. You're no journalist. I can assure you of that. If he can't even pinpoint the days of the week, he definitely cannot give you the dates. Meaning if it was the 12th or the 13th or any, he can't give you that when he can't even recall which day of the week or days of the week he saw this activity. How credible do you think that's going to be? Before you go public with something and you call yourself a journalist or reporter, you have to have some concrete facts in this. It can't be based on a bunch of assumptions or presumptions or guesstimations. You can't do that. At some point, you're going to have to bring something solid to the table. He's saying, I don't know. I can't recall. Maybe it was Tuesday. Maybe it was Wednesday. Maybe it was both days. I don't know. I don't remember the dates. It's only so much you can work with that. What are you talking about? That's like putting someone on the stand and then every time you ask them a question, they say, I plead the Fifth Amendment. Well, how well you think this testimony is going to be? If all they're saying is, I plead the Fifth, you're not going to get much out of that.
But yeah, like I said, it wasn't memorable and or significant enough at the moment for me to really remember.
What did he look like?
Skinny, tallish white guy. Had a like baseball cap on or some kind of hat, I think. Had backpack.
Okay.
Dark hair, I think.
Dark hair. Was he dressed in like dark clothing? Do you remember?
You're trolling her.
He was
He was. Okay. Was it like black or
something dark.
was it similar to what was seen in the pictures?
Yeah, for sure. And that's kind of why I thought of that when I saw the pictures.
Okay.
I guess I don't think I remember enough to really definitively say that the guy I saw is the guy in the pictures.
Right.
I just know I saw a guy wandering around on the roof, and the guy that I saw in the pictures looks similar.
But it was the same roof.
Leading questions. Thank you.
Well, I don't know exactly because it's the computer science building has this long concourse that connects to the Wazee Center.
Yeah.
My bet would be that that's how the shooter got onto the Wazee Center roof because that's one of the few ways I know of. I guess there's also a ladder on the other side.
As in that's how he got on yesterday or last week?
Oh, well, last time I saw it and he came off of there.
Okay,
but-
and you said he like jumped over the fence?
Yeah, there's kind of a railing around. There's this like concourse sticking out from the CS building that people are actually supposed to be allowed to walk on.
Okay.
And he walked over that railing and started wandering around the ledge.
Oh, okay. And facing which way?
He was totally looking out in the direction of like that fountain courtyard and out this way. The first time I thought it was a little
She
weird,
has
but
no
didn't
idea
think much
who-
of it. Decided not to say anything, especially because another guy walked back. I think it was a professor. I know I've seen him around a lot more.
Candace, you dingus. The fact that this video is black, no one is showing their face. They're not saying names. They're not confirming anything. Not even a title of what they're doing. Nothing. it speaks volumes. Did you pay 2 kids to do this, Candace? Because until you show that you have no idea who these people are and they're not affiliated with you, I have the right to assume that you paid these 2 kids to sit here and to put on this fake interview just so you can get people to think that something of what you're saying is legitimate when it's not. And you're doxing people, so you can still get sued. This is hilarious. If I were to sit down and do something similar like this, anyone can do this. You can get any kid, female and male, to do the same exact thing. Maybe add in a couple more facts, and not have on the video at all. And they just kind of do an exchange back and forth and just send the link to Candace. Send this to Candace and say, oh, here's another fantastic interview of UVU students. You don't even have to say UVU. Here's another interview between 2 college students. You might want to see this. Oh, man. I'm just in the mood to have Candace Owens troll like hell. Okay? You can't make this up. This is priceless. She knows this is somehow authentic. There's no way to vet this.
And he comes from below and he shouts up at the guy. He asks, like, are you okay? The guy up there says, yeah, I'm doing fine. And the professor says, okay, and walks away. And I kept walking because I had work to do. I didn't really...
And that was the first or second time?
That was the first time.
And then what about the second time?
The second time,
man.
I saw him do the same thing. He hopped the railing, started
I might
wandering
do
around.
this with my son.
Was he dressed in the same clothing?
Similar.
Okay.
I don't remember enough to say whether it was
And it was the same guy?
It was definitely the same guy those 2 times.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we were able to figure out who the student was. I don't know why CNN declined to publish his name, but I was able to figure out who the student was, and I'm going to chase down this lead, and I want to open up that possibility because it is a possibility that the stairwell photo and the footage that we have seen of the shooter was actually recorded before the assassination. Of course, that's a possibility in the absence of quite literally anything verifiable the feds have given us. Everything is therefore a possibility. So I want to also open this up because I don't want to just hear it from one student or CNN. I want to hear it from more students, right? That would be something that you would remember. We keep talking about what happened on 9/10. What about in the days leading up to 9/10? What about 9/6, right? 9/7, 9/8, 9/9. If you are a student and you saw someone up on the rooftop in the days or in the week leading up to the assassination,
You should contact the FBI and the prosecutor, not Candace Owens. She's not an attorney. She did not go to law school. She cannot prosecute this case, and she certainly will not turn over any evidence that she has to prove that it was not Tyler Robertson either. Because she claimed last month that she had that. So giving it to Candace Owens is not going to get you anywhere. It's going to get you doxxed, by the way. It's going to get you doxxed. Just as an FYI, you will get doxxed. It certainly won't get you anything else. I suggest that if you are enrolled in UVU, in University of Utah Valley, go to school and focus on your class so that if you decide you want to be journalist, who majored in English and journalism, you can actually show proof of your 2 degrees and actually get work doing something you love to do. And you're not having to wing it and do dumb stuff like what Candace is doing with conspiracy theories. Please stay in school and get your education. Don't sit here and entertain her nonsense. The last thing you all need in college is somebody like Candace Owens with these fake wannabe mommy sleuth impersonating CIA agents trying to track you down and harass and stalk and threaten and bully you and dox you because you thought you were helping. And that information should really be going to the FBI. Just uphold the rule of law and send it to the FBI. Send it to the prosecutor's office yourself. If you don't want to trust the FBI, send it straight to the prosecutor. But don't give it to Candace Owens. She has no power. She can do nothing with that information. And putting it out there can create more bias in this case, and it will sully the jury pool. Do you want the bad guy off the street or not? And until she tells us who the other bad guy is and show us evidence that it's someone else outside of Tyler Robertson, giving it to her will be null and void. Focus on your classes.
And we want to hear from you. More tips at CandaceOwens.com, because every time I try to chase down the leads regarding the rooftop, I am brought to a military person, and I just don't know that any of that actually took place on the day. And I think that's why they won't release any more footage. There should be multiple angles, right? If this all happened on 9/10, there would have been multiple angles, and they sure as hell would have released it in the middle of a manhunt. When you thought that he could kill other people, you would have released more footage. And they're not doing that, which means they're hiding something. And that's something that they could be.
No, they're not doing that because there are federal rules when it comes to releasing evidence related to a federal investigation, you dumbass girl. They're not going to do that, Candace. You're not getting it. How bad do you want this case to be thrown out? We all know you don't care about it. But can you go kick rock somewhere else while the rest of us who do care about it can at least see this go to trial? They won't even be able to get an impartial jury selection at this point because she's coming out here with all this nonsense because she doesn't care about anything but what she cares about. Well, her selfish ass. Candace, you're selfish and you're a narcissist. You're only worried about what you think and what you want and no one else. Not Charlie. You think Charlie would want you to do this? You keep attacking his pastor. You keep attacking his finances with his company. You don't know what endowment means or that the IRS can give a second extension. You looked up none of that information. You know, we all should just do a interview with college students and just upload it online to YouTube. See how that goes. That's going to be funny. Oh yeah. We can make a whole parody out of that. Everybody should do it. Everybody should just do these fake college interviews and sit here and talk about things. You know, I saw a guy who was wearing, you know, a Dr. Seuss hat. You wouldn't believe it. He was jumping around like a cat on the buildings. It was like Catwoman, except it was a man and he had an actual long furry tail. And he got up on that roof. I looked up and I saw him on the roof, and then he looked down, and then he looked up, and then he saw the moon, and then he howled at it. It was a moon howler, I tell you. I tell you it was a moon howler. And then he jumped down with all this prowess, skill, and strength. And then he came and leapt off the 50-foot building. And then he ran across the parking lot. He did it in 6 steps. You wouldn't believe it, like a lion. And I knew I had to sit down and talk about this because Candace Owens really wants this information.
Hiding could be nothing. It could be nothing that happened on that rooftop. Also, want to add on here that regarding the white RAV4, we got a lot of emails from the public that have noted that there appears to be what might be a RAV4 in every available footage that we have been provided by of the shooter. So we've only seen 4 pieces of footage of the alleged shooter. One, of course, of him walking in front of, I think this was the house that Phil Lyman was at. Yes, that's what we just discussed. That sure as heck could be a white RAV4. The second piece of footage being the TMZ released footage of somebody else in the neighborhood of him walking. Yep, that sure as heck could also be a RAV4. Footage number 3 is the footage of the alleged shooter pulling out in the parking lot, which was provided by Ryan Matta, that he chased down. Yep, that also could be a RAV4.
She acts like no one else has a RAV4. What you're not honing in on are the license plates, because you're not, Candace. Is it? I mean, how far out of reality are these candy ass coat brainless followers willing to go here? Do you understand that RAV4s sell across the U.S.? Millions of people are driving that car. Even if it's the same car, you can't get the license plate. So you have no way to verify it, because that's common sense. You can't make this up. You can't. No, the people are going to be watching. Man, the first thing the prosecution and defense are going to be asking, have you all seen Candace Owens videos? Half the room will put their arms up in the air. They won't even be able to get a good impartial jury at this rate. You can't make this up. Yeah, everybody should troll Candace with these parody college interview skit type of videos. Yeah, that'd be funny.
And also, of course, the footage where he allegedly jumps off the rooftop. Many of you said it looked like there was a RAV4 pulling up. Look, yes, all of it's possible. Is it also possible that this is just a coincidence?
Up, but they didn't pick him up. Why would they not pick him up? Hold on. Because common sense. This car is driving past. Why would this car drive past but not pick him up? It would be different if he got in the car. He doesn't even get near the car. And so the car just drives off and drives around and what? I mean, what the hell? If you're going to go stupid, then you might as well go all the way there. Why wouldn't he just, pull up to the car? I don't understand this. You mean to tell me at the time people got shot, Charlie Kirk got shot, people weren't running away towards their cars to leave? Because that's where this traffic is coming from. This is after Charlie Kirk was shot. He ran down, got off the building. Imagine this now. Simultaneously, what's happening is people are still running from that area. There was 3,000 people estimated there. Let's say half of them were not even college students. They were grown adults. They had some of them had small kids with them. And they don't attend classes on the campus. So if they're running, guess where they're going to start running to? Their cars. Guess what you're going to see an influx of? Traffic. Because this is after the shot was done. Let's not forget, this is facts I'm quoting. The original suspect, which was not the correct suspect, was first apprehended. So they didn't even catch Tyler Robinson right away. They had to do a manhunt. But after the shot was done, people started running away. And once they realized it's not safe, we need to go, then those who were not college students, who had no other reason to be on the campus, they ran to their cars and they drove away because that's what the hell people do. So it's natural to see cars driving off at a faster speed than normal to get away from here because they just heard a gunshot. So what the hell is she talking about? Why don't she look up how many RAV4s were sold in the state of Utah? That way she can understand that this is a very common car. And you'll be amazed and shocked at how many people are driving Toyotas. Are you kidding?
Look, yes, all of it's possible. Is it also possible that this is just a coincidence? Yes. It could be a coincidence. It also could be a conspiracy. We have to explore every lead. It's not
conspiracy. No, it's not. And it's not a lead. These are people that were running away that were scared because they just heard a gunshot. They were leaving. What are you talking about? And you still can't see the plate.
The feds are not. They are implicated in this cover-up. And this is how investigations work. You chase down theories, you posit theories, you chase down those theories, and you are open to being proven wrong. So that's what we have for you guys. Also,
I better lead them
going to have a major scoop tomorrow about what's happening on the inside of Turning Point USA. I just want to triple, quadruple confirm, but we need to focus our attention on each and every plane that arrived in the aftermath of Charlie being shot. Planes that took off and arrived. I brought up one plane to you. We were able to determine that plane that departed Scottsdale at 8 local time and landed at about 10 a.m. local time into Provo was owned by a Turning Point USA donor, T.W. Lewis. Actually, Turning Point USA is featured on T.W. Lewis's foundation website as someone that they fund. I'd like to know who was on that plane.
What I mean.
That's interesting.
This is what I mean right here. This comment right here. It's irrelevant to whether the jury knows Charlie Kirk. The question that would be asked is, are you aware of the news that's going on about his death? Have you been keeping up with what's being reported, whether it be on mainstream, on social media, any news outlet, any news sources, any information? That's not a question. Obviously, you don't know what type of questions are asked to a jury for a selection. So let me help you out. One of the things they will ask is, have you been influenced by the information that's being reported on this death about this case? And if they feel that the information the person knows could be extraordinarily biased, they will not be selected on the jury. It's not just a matter of whether they knew Charlie Kirk. That's a dumbass comment. That's not how it works. And it's a Google search. You can read what questions are asked for a jury selection. Google that first. Nonsense like this. That's what I'm saying. It's a lack of knowledge. My people perish for a lack of knowledge. I don't care if that was a Honda or a Toyota or anything. It's the fact that she's taking a very general car that most people drive and she's trying to make something out of it. That's not how that goes. Just because it's ironic that Tyler was running across the campus at the same time a white SUV was driving away does not mean that this white SUV, that driver, had anything to do with it. And what's dangerous is she's trying to make this connection with innocent people. She can't even identify the vehicle by the plate. And then you get stuff like this. This is how they think. Because they won't research and look up. How does a prosecution or defense in a murder trial select a jury? For fuck's sake, you can't make this stuff up.
To me. If you know who was on that plane and you are a Turning Point insider, or maybe you were working in Scottsdale on that day at a terminal, looking for a plane again that took off at about 8 a.m., I want to know who was on the plane. That is of interest to me because it wasn't Charlie and they got into Provo just ahead of the assassination, and it has to be somebody big. I don't think the students are flying around on private planes. It'd be great if that foundation, TW Lewis Foundation, could help us out. I don't think they will. For some reason, we keep coming up against the wall from Charlie's friends. But we want to hear from you. More tips at CandaceOwens.com. Okay, we're going to be right back.
Focus on your schoolwork and ignore Candace Owens. And if you do have any credible information that would be material to the case, I suggest you send it over to the feds or to the prosecutor so that they can actually figure out if there's any other accomplices or co-conspirators in this, that they actually get the right people and not have innocent people just being doxxed all over the place because she thinks something. While she lacks common sense and can't tell the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. Y'all, you can't make this up. Let me fast forward.
So it's something, and it's not at all what we were asking for. But again, I want to be optimistic, so at least it's something. First up, many of you guys pinged me regarding Brian Harpole, an interview that he did with Sean Ryan. Now, Brian Harpole is one of Charlie Kirk's long-term security members, team members. Now, the day of the assassination, you'll recognize he's the guy that had the black strap. I don't know if we have a photo. He had a bag across him, and he was standing to the front right of Charlie, kind of looking out at the audience. You're going to see him in a second. He is the one who then runs over to Charlie. And again, you recognize him because he kind of has that small, supposed to be a medical bag over him. Now, I have not watched this interview in its entirety, but from what I have seen thus far, it is just not that convincing. For one, Brian offers up that the lack of security on the rooftop can actually be attributed to the UVU police chief, Jeff Long. Here's what he had to say.
On Monday before, this correspondence went to Chief Long. Hello, Chief Long. We received this message today from the student group. There is a student roof access pretty close to where CK will be set up at the Utah Valley, the Sorensen Center. Has a couple of staircases that go up to walkways on the roofs. He comes back, and for edification, the Sorensen Center was the building in front of the Lucy Center.
If you're going to leave me a comment, you better do a spell check. You really think they want to figure it out? Who is they? Because you and Candace have a bad habit with the over excessive use of the word they. They who? They want to figure it out. You are. It's supposed to be YOU''RE. You're a conjunction word. No, you have your. Funny. You think your, once again, that's supposed to be a conjunction word as that's not how you spell intelligent. Do a spell check and then you send me back that comment. That's how you handle that. Okay. I can't take these bots are just, why aren't they doing spell checks? The bots, if nothing else, should be doing spell checks.
Yeah. And so, he comes back, he says, you want access to the roof. And came back and said, I was told students have access above us. If this is true, it would be nice to either have it controlled access or allow one of my guys to be.
But spell intelligent. I'm on one today. Spell intelligent. How do you spell intelligent and your? If you're going to say you are and you want to conjoin those two words, spell it. Do a spell check and resend that comment. We don't speak dummy over here. or Candace. Because obviously that's a whole language. I don't do candy ass language speak over here. We don't speak stupid. You can't make this stuff
be
up.
there as well, if possible. He comes back, and his last correspondence was,
Resend the whole
"I got you
comment.
covered."
Oh my God.
What else am I to do? When a command level person from an accredited police department says, "I've got this area." Jeez.
Please pick me. Okay. When you're like in school and you got to hold your hand up because you really want a teacher to see you. I have an answer for what you could have done. You could have followed up because it's your job and Charlie paid you millions of dollars not to pass the buck. No. Also, you asked the police chief an either or question. And I'm just kind of like trying to understand the basic construct of sentences. He said, "Got you covered." What does that mean? It was an either or question. Either provide us access or get somebody up there. Got you covered means what? No follow up. That's it. Millions and millions of dollars on his security annually. And you just said, "Hey, a student told us that there's a rooftop and it would be good if we could have access to it, or if one of your guys could secure it. Got you covered." That's it. That's what Charlie was paying for. That's obviously absurd. That is not an answer. That should be.
No, what's absurd, Candace, is you thinking that you should be tracking down college students and then trying to put out their information, or that they should be sending you information that should be going to either the FBI or to the prosecutor, because you still have yet to tell us that if Tyler Robinson did not pull the trigger, who did pull the trigger? You should have that evidence already. Your dumb bots are working overtime, misspelling words and leaving the same old comments. It's like a copy and paste situation. They still can't spell words right. And yet and still, you can't tell us who shot Charlie Kirk. After 2 months, you want people to respond to you. You want Turning Point to get back to you. I thought you had leaks in the FBI, Candace. See, here's the thing. When you present no documentation or evidence, you won't even show a photo of those blue and yellow Egyptian planes. No evidence on that at all. I don't expect the candy ass cult followers to ask things because, lack of brain and all. But Candace, why don't you just produce that information? If you're going to say there's a blue and yellow Egyptian plane, here are the photos. Here are still images. Here is some video footage of them landing and taking off. Have you tried to do a FOIA request? It's absurd that you're suggesting that people need to know what's going on with military contractors, or that Egyptian planes will be in our U.S. airspace and we not know why they're there and then not shoot them down. Like, it's absurd that you don't know that, or that you can't tell the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. Yeah, that's all absurd.
Be accepted by anyone. I am not blown away by that. I'm not going, "Oh, this is UVU's fault." Okay. By the way, Jeff Long also has a very extensive military career. I obviously have been very clear that I believe that this was a military level assassination. Everyone on the ground that day, every witness, for some reason, this is not a military academy, but everybody that we can speak to that's somehow involved has an extensive military background. I'm not interested in Jeff Long's participation in this, but Brian Harpole sort of laments the fact that he won't speak up and people are losing their jobs. On the basis of that answer, you should all be fired. Just on the basis of that answer, you didn't have it within you to go, "Let me follow up and make sure that's been secured because that's my job. Let me walk the path and see." The fact that a student told you and you didn't know that.
Where's the photos of the blue and yellow Egyptian planes? No, come on to the candy asses. Where is the photo or video footage of these blue and yellow Egyptian planes? Where are the images, the evidence to prove these planes exist? Blue and yellow. Because simple colors for simpletons. Give me that evidence. Where's that evidence? We want it. I'm focused on the documentation. Where is the evidence of those 2 planes? That they actually exist? Come on. I'm highlighting your comments because I want these candy asses here to provide evidence of the blue and yellow Egyptian planes. We haven't seen what these planes even look like. You're talking about there's plenty of evidence over there. No, it's not. We're watching her videos. Where is the evidence of the blue and the yellow Egyptian planes? Photos or videos? Right now, where is it? They got to be bots because it's the stupidity of it all. Where's the evidence? Y'all look into this because this guy was on a podcast saying something about the FBI, CIA being in the same building. We're listening. We're actually watching her show. What evidence has she presented? Because she presented none yesterday about these two planes. She literally said she had documented proof. And I said, what documented proof? Y'all remember when I said that was going to be a thumbnail? Just like she said, I know for a fact that Charlie's neck was not damaged. Yeah, that's a thumbnail. I have that print screenshot. Because she keeps purporting her dumb opinions to be facts with no evidence. Where is the photos or the videos of these blue and yellow Egyptian planes? Because she hasn't shown them. I want it. Give me the actual evidence of the actual planes right now. Email it to me. Where's the evidence? I don't do that nonsense. That stuff don't work over here. I want the documentation and evidence. You're asking roundabout questions. I don't do whataboutisms. I don't do stupid stuff. Give me the evidence of the blue and the yellow Egyptian planes themselves. Photos or videos. Email it to me. LadyLuckClubLLC at yahoo.com. Because we're watching her show and she's not posting it up. So apparently the mommy slews, aka candy asses, these bots, whatever you people claim to be. You all have that evidence. Just email it to me right now and I'll post it up. Email it to me right now and I will post it up. Because the airports have cameras. They have surveillance cameras. Planes have black boxes in them. They record data. There are two components to the black box. I don't know if you all know what they are either. Send me evidence of the blue and yellow Egyptian planes right now. Right now. I know they like the vertical stream. I want evidence of the blue and yellow Egyptian planes right now. Because she hasn't shown that. You can't make this stuff up. See, when you challenge them with direct evidence and documentation and proof, they sit here and ask these whataboutism questions. That stuff don't work on me over here. That don't work over me over here. Where's the evidence? I want the photo of the Egyptian planes. She claims that they exist and they're blue and yellow. Why can't any of the candy asses give evidence of these two planes existing? All those damn cameras out there at the airport. You mean to tell me that if a true plane existed that was blue and yellow from Egypt landed on U.S. soil at any airport, that those cameras did not take photos? No, you should be able to get that. Why hasn't she done a FOIA request for it? Why won't you do a FOIA for those actual photos and videos? That's all I'm saying. That's a FOIA request, Candace. You want video footage or photos? Try to do a FOIA request to get that from the airport because everything is captured on cameras. They're recording everything. Cameras all over the airport. But yet she can't send us photos and videos of that blue and yellow Egyptian plane. Two planes that would be unequivocally hard to miss. I want the bots, these candy asses, whatever you all are, these mommy slews. Y'all can get all this other stuff and you can't get photos and videos of a blue and yellow Egyptian plane. Yeah, I'm going to get on you about spelling because you can't seem to do anything more complicated than that. If you can't master spelling and grammar syntax over here, I know you can't get me evidence on blue and yellow Egyptian planes from an airport, but I challenge you to do it. Allegedly, they claim that Candace has this evidence already. So wouldn't she have just posted that stuff up yesterday? Wouldn't she have posted it up already? Was it blue and yellow last month when she talked about, y'all realize she's recycling her conspiracy theories. So were the planes blue and yellow when she first talked about it last month? I don't recall them being blue and yellow the first time. But you would think between last month and this month, she would have gotten some images and some video footage. She wants to know who escorted military contractors. The military, you dingus. But no, give us images and photos of these planes so that we can see that they actually did land on U.S. soil, that these planes exist. We want to see that. Candace supposed to have this stuff. Why don't you all get her to send it? Come on now. I want evidence. That stuff don't work over here. Asking me what about isms. Child, please. That shit don't work over here. Where's the evidence? You can't make this stuff up.
Shouldn't you have told the student? You shouldn't have said to the student, hey, we're looking at a map because it's amazing. It's 2025 and there's this thing called Google Maps. So we're actually looking at a map and we see where Charlie's going to sit. And we're wondering about this roof. Could you let us know how we're supposed to access that? Why is the student and the chief leading the charge and not you when you are paid for executive level security? It is an unacceptable answer. Look, I've worked with Brian. Nice guy. That's a ridiculous answer. He should be fired. And I'm going to guess he's not going to be, but he should be fired. Of course, he should be fired.
No, but you should be sued, Candace. You should be sued. You should be sued. You're wanting evidence related to a federal investigation. You're wanting military contractors to have their identity and their security compromised. You still can't give us evidence on these two planes landing on U.S. soil anywhere in the United States of America. And now you are sitting here posting up people's homes, photos of people's houses that are not available to the public because you are assuming that a bunch of common vehicles were somehow rented by these so-called Egyptians that get off this imaginary plane. You can't show proof even exists in the first place. Start with the planes. Where are the photos and the images, the videos of the blue and yellow Egyptian planes? We're going to start with that. These candy asses know that stuff don't work on me over here. It don't work on me. I pick on their grammar misspellings because they can't understand anything more complex. Child boo.
Elsewhere in the interview, he responds to the question of why they didn't at least have drone coverage on that day since they have flown drones, many drones at TPUSA events in the past. Here's his answer to that.
In your coordination with UVU, I mean, did they offer any assistance, anything at all?
Yeah.
Did you ask them of anything?
Absolutely. So we come in and we start looking at things immediately. Like, where are our risks? You know, what's our risk assessment when we come in? That's why we get there. That's why we start doing the advance so early. We walk it, we build it ourselves. And so initially I spent thousands of dollars on drones last year and got the guy's license. But if the area lies in the Provo, Utah airspace, I can't fly it. That's a 107D. We can't break the rules. Right? And then you have secondary restrictions, probably due to heavy foot traffic for the school. But I can't go in and break the rules. There's laws for a reason. And so now the school could have flown drones, the PD, but they didn't have them, right? But Orem PD has a drone unit active and professional. And that police department, I will tell you right now, is awesome. They get it. They were there. They helped both on the soft side and the hard side. And so I started asking questions like, do you guys have a drone unit? Yeah, good. Do you have an MOU or a mutual aid agreement with the school? And they're like, yeah. I said, did they call you and ask for assistance? No. I'm like, why wouldn't you call?
I think that's your job. Like, am I crazy? Or is that his job? Is it his job to call and to see things through if Charlie's paying him for executive level security? Like, is this how these assassinations happen? Is that what's happening even like at the White House level with the Thomas?
This is the dingus that doesn't understand how security measures work either. Like, she has no idea how they gather a security assessment. I don't think she even understands that concept or the definition of the word endowment or the fact that the IRS can grant you more than one extension. Like, these are things that she just doesn't look up and research. Basic fundamental things. If he is only responsible for communicating and collaborating with the police department of UVU, because every college campus, every university and college have their own police assigned to them. So UVU police is not the same as the regular local police. So if they have their own set of rules as far as drone usage, as far as reaching out to local police departments to do something, that's what he's saying. I have to follow this. I can't just force them to give me their drones. And UVU does have drones, but they're very small. I've seen videos of them. Because Candace, you could look this stuff up yourself. Why don't you have these so-called, impersonating CIA officers type agent mommy slews to actually look at videos of UVU drones? And then you can see why they're picking up the images they pick up. Why it may or may not even do the job based on the event and the crowd size. And then, of course, it comes down to whether or not UVU wants to give a private security company their drones in the first place. You can't force that. This is the thing. She's not looking at this from a journalistic perspective at all. She's looking at this from, this is all about me and what I want, and this is what I would do, knowing that she won't even tell her cult-like fan base that she filed a motion to dismiss for the Macron lawsuit. Like little things like that, she doesn't even tell them. You think she's going to tell you what she can and cannot do, or when they tell her no about something? Because she has this persona like, if I say I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it. What if you can't? If he's not able to get the drones from UVU police department, the campus police, then more than likely he's not going to get the drones from the local police department either. And since it's UVU campus, the UVU campus police will be the ones that have the authority there. You're on their campus, on their ground, on their property. They would have that jurisdiction. This is how ridiculous Candace is. She doesn't even think about this stuff. Talk about common sense, girl. You have none.
Crooks thing, is that what happened? Like Secret Service just called locally in Pennsylvania and was like,
Oh my
hey,
God.
that looks like trouble up there. Could you maybe get a guy up there or let me know, or if like whatever? And then they were just like, yeah, sure, gotcha. And they just figured it was accomplished.
No, that is wrong.
I don't
Sandy.
accept any of that. You shouldn't accept.
Wrong. This is a private security company. It is not on them to check the local police department to see if they're in place. He's not their boss. That's not how that works. You can Google that. That is not how that works at all. Nope. He cannot call the police and mandate them to be positioned anywhere on UVU's campus, where UVU campus police would be the ones that would have that jurisdiction. It's what they are in charge of patrolling. He was given 4 UVU campus police officers, and they gave him the maximum number of officers that they could give him because school is still happening that day. Classes were still going on. It wasn't just this event alone. They had a regular functioning school day going on, and that campus is huge. So he couldn't get it. He can't just tell the local police department, I need you all to be here to patrol this event. That's not how that works. So research it and look it up. It's insane. That's for the campus police to actually assign officers to help this private security company set up guards and put police officers in certain posts. But he would have to cooperate with them to do that. He can't force them to do it. He wanted more campus police officers, but they only gave him 4 because that's all they could give up. He didn't have to. He can't force the local police department to give him anything. What are you talking about? That's not how that works. The local police tells him, this is not our jurisdiction. It's not our call. You have to collaborate with UVU police. And he did that. They gave him 4 officers. And those 4 officers were set up where he needed them. But they only gave him 4 because that's all they could give up. The local police department would not have any jurisdiction on that campus. If you don't understand how that works, you all should read and research and Google that. It's ridiculous to even try to sit here and make a guess about it. You're not seeing the candy box post. Yeah, don't worry. You're not missing anything. Because they don't read and Google anything. They just believe whatever she says. They have no idea how that works with the police department. You're talking about a private security company requesting additional service. Whether he gets it or not, it is not a mandate for them to provide it to him from the local police department. That is the jurisdiction of the campus police department. It was UVU campus police responsibility to ensure they cooperated with him, which they did. They only gave him 4 officers because it's still a normal school day. They still have the rest of the campus to secure. Local PD would not have any right to just come onto that campus and invade it like that. They would have to work with UVU to do that. So if something happens on the campus, the first line of defense that would come out would be UVU campus police. And then they would have to notify local police department. Not the head of a private security company. It would be UVU's campus police department's job to do that. Because that's how that shit works. And she wearing pajamas. You can't force it. Oh, God. What do you mean he didn't check them? That's not the call of the local police department to send officers to UVU campus for this event. The onus falls on UVU campus police. Do you not understand that? You want to fact check me, you got to read. You have to look at their protocol and procedures. They have a whole guidebook. It is for UVU to do that. That's their property. This campus have their own police. They would have to reach out to the local PD. That's what you're not understanding. They're on someone else's property. It doesn't matter if you relied on the police. It doesn't matter. Local PD had no right or jurisdiction to the campus. That is for campus police to do. That's for UVU campus police. That is their territory. That is their jurisdiction. That's how that works. We know that. We saw it. And he also said that it's not for him to ensure local police are there. That is for UVU to do. The campus, the school. Have you seen the interview? Watch the interview. You can also verify that by looking at the campus police, the campus department procedures for security. Campus police have jurisdiction on that campus. So if someone has an event, they have to collaborate directly with UVU campus police. And then UVU can go outside to local PD. This man is head of a security company that's a private security company. He can't tell local police to be somewhere and to collaborate with them on UVU's campus, on UVU's property. That's how that works. That's like you go into one county area where you have this county police. The DeKalb County police have territory to DeKalb County. And then you're trying to chase someone. You're on a police chase. And then that police chase takes you into Fulton County and then into Sandy Springs. Once that suspect is fleeing into these other counties, then you have other police departments that have jurisdiction in those other counties. So the DeKalb County police would have to notify Sandy Springs to say, we have a suspect, we're chasing him. He's coming into your territory, into your jurisdiction. We need you all's help. Now, if that happened where this person went to a school campus, then the DeKalb County police officer would have to call the actual school police department. It works the same way. It's no different than you going from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction. You got to work whatever that police department's jurisdiction is. And the same thing with this campus. They have to work with UVU police. And then UVU would have to solicit the services of the local PD. Child, you can't make this stuff up. He can tell that all day. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, it's irrelevant. The chief of police told him wrong. The chief of police should have collaborated with UVU campus police. Do you understand that? And if you don't, read the actual policy and procedure protocol with UVU. It doesn't matter what the chief of police said. I don't care what the chief of police said. I saw the text. I don't care. Do you understand that? UVU police have a chief to thank you. They have a supervisor over at the UVU campus police department. Child, you can't make this stuff up. I hate to say you can't be this slow, but I'm telling you to look this stuff up. It doesn't matter what he texted him. It's irrelevant. He told him wrong. And he says that in the interview. He says that UVU was supposed to set up any extra security services needed for that event because that is the jurisdiction of the UVU police department on that campus. Not his responsibility to do anything with the local PD. Candace Owens doesn't know how that works either. That is how the policy is. That's exactly what the school policy is. Why don't you read it? Read it.
Accept any of that, nor do I find him
literally
to be
saying- he
convincing.
even said it.
right? The vibe I'm getting from that interview is dishonesty. Okay, I'd like to see more of
Her
your
vibe,
conversation,
who
not just a
cares?
screenshot
Girl,
doesn't
your
prove
vibe
anything
means
other than
nothing.
that you started a
You a water
conversation
candy
about
ass.
the rooftop, that you were aware there was an open rooftop and didn't follow up in some measure. And so it's a little bit ridiculous to be passing the buck.
He followed up with UVU campus police because that's their call to make. That's what he's saying. Candace doesn't even understand that. Candace, this is very simple. And it's common sense. Maybe once she reads it and explains it to the candy asses, if she ever does, because it'll prove that she's wrong, then they'll just take it from her because they won't read it themselves. None of them. You know, because stupidity of it all.
So thank you for the receipt. That wasn't actually a receipt. Next up, we have Blake Neff. Obviously, you guys will recall Blake Neff was the Turning Point USA employee that was standing directly next to supercalifragilisticexpialidocious Mikey McCoy when the shots rang out. And he, Blake Neff,
You can't make
has
this up.
similarly decided to drop a receipt. This happened, I think, actually last week, of his actions on that day. Now, to jog your memory, he offered up a
want
pretty
photos
strong
of that
defense
blue
of
and
the
yellow
magnificent
plane.
Mikey McCoy, who
Don't
he
come
says
back
had a
till you
quivering
have it.
lip. And I'm going to let you listen to Blake's account of that day again as a reminder before we get to his receipts. Take a listen.
The shooting occurs. I am next to Mikey. Both of us hear a loud crack. We both turn. We both see Charlie, who has been shot. Both of us, I think at about the same time, realize that that means there is a shooter who is on the scene. And you just hear the crack, so you don't know, did it come from far away? Did it come from close? Is there a mass shooter unfolding right now? So,
Sandy, you're repeating yourself. Head of security has to make sure the rooftop is secured. He did. With UVU campus police, not local PD. Do you understand that? It's as simple as it gets. He followed up with UVU campus police because UVU campus police told him it is not the call of local PD to determine anything on that campus because UVU campus police has jurisdiction. That's how that works. The chief of police told him wrong. He can't make a move on the campus property without collaborating and getting that approval from the UVU campus police, who has jurisdiction on the campus. UVU dropped the ball. Are we clear? The policy matters, but what the chief of police did not tell him is, I can't make this call. UVU campus police department has to notify me, local PD chief of police. So what was texted to him was wrong information. The UVU campus police did get a follow-up from him, and they got 4 guys assigned. UVU campus police gave the head of security 4 additional men. They failed to follow up with the local PD, they being UVU campus police. That's it. No, he did. He got 4 other officers from UVU campus police. Do you not understand that? Am I speaking another language? Because I know I'm speaking English. Is there, like a translation barrier here? He did what he had the authority to do. He could not go beyond the UVU campus police department to do anything outside of that. When it came to getting cooperation from the local police department, that is the job of the UVU campus police department to say to local PD, we need you all to come over here and assist with this event. Period. He's the head of security for a private company. He can't order the local PD to do a damn thing. And because he's on the property of the campus, UVU campus police department would have the onus on them to collaborate with the local PD. If they didn't have enough men to cover it, then no. You're sitting here trying to dispute a point that's moot. It's a moot point. They didn't have enough men. What are you talking about? So what he got is what he got. He brought all the men he could with him out there to the event, plus got 4 additional UVU campus police officers. That is all the UVU campus police could give him. It wasn't enough to cover the roof. Don't you think he knows that? Why should he feel bad or be fired about that? You can't make this stuff up. He brought all the men he had with him and got 4 additional men. What they didn't anticipate is 3,000 people being there. A huge event. You're going to sit here and say he should lose his job because he had all the men he could bring and was only given 4 additional UVU campus police officers. They couldn't go to the roof. Do you not understand that? Did you not watch the interview? Go watch the interview. They couldn't go to the roof. He didn't have enough men to cover the roof because 3,000 people were gathered in the yard. So you need all your men to cover that space where there are 3,000 people in the yard where the tent was. There weren't people over there on the roof. You have to be able to functionally utilize the resources you get. You got 12 men and 3,000 people in a crowd. You're just going to send one arbitrarily to a building with a roof access as opposed to spreading out the 12 people you got amongst 3,000 individuals? Make that make sense. Because this is where you do use common sense. Candace Owens has none. 12 men guarding 3,000 people with Charlie Kirk. And you're saying one of them should go over to a roof where no one is expected to be over there? That was just an inevitable event. There's no way he would have been able to guard all of that space, all of that territory with 12 men and 3,000 people. And then Charlie wants people to be able to come up to a microphone and ask questions. So the concentration of people would be more focused towards that tent. He wanted more men, but he didn't have enough manpower. He knows that. That's not worthy of him losing his job over. This is not his first campus event. This man has been doing this for 8 years. Kick rocks. That man should not be fired because he didn't have enough manpower and he tried to get it. This is absolutely absurd. It's not absolutely crucial when there's nobody that's expected to be over there. You have to be able to use good judgment when you're talking about only having 12 security officers, 4 of them are UVU campus police. And you've got 3,000 people concentrated in one area where the person you're protecting, you're being paid to protect, is sitting in the center of that. If anybody dropped the ball, it's UVU campus. They making dumb points that has no logic to it. I'm not going to have 2 or 3 people somewhere far away on a roof where it's 3,000 people standing around the actual person I'm guarding. 3,000 people against 12 security officers. Get out of here. It makes no fucking sense, man. None. Makes no sense.
I and him both had the reaction of, let's get out of here before we were both shot. That is not us abandoning Charlie. Charlie had a security team.
The police
they all
chief can't
leapt
make that
immediately into
call
action,
once
and they
again.
got Charlie
Dingus.
out of there, which was what their job was to do. My job was not to get in the way and screw this up because like I had to be a hero. That was not my job. I remember even running past, both of us going past the SUV that we came in on, and me thinking, should I get in that car? And then thinking, no, that's a really stupid thing to do. And then I kept going. So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And then we get out, and I run for can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realized there hasn't been another shot. So the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something.
The police could not do it. They can't do it. They couldn't do it without UVU campus police giving them the approval. It doesn't matter if he checks up with the chief. He's on UVU campus. It is for UVU campus police officers to do that. Either that or for them to collaborate with the local PD. It doesn't matter what he said, what the chief told him. The chief told him wrong. He didn't have to check. The chief told him wrong. Where's that? What else is there to check? Shit, I know, right? I already said that. I'm like, why won't Candace go on to the UK? She already said she wants to go live in Russia. Just take all your cult followers with you. Do not leave the candy asses here. You take all of them with you. Y'all can go start your own little Jim Jones sound in Russia. Good luck to that. It's 5 million of them. You can't make this stuff up. Take all the candy ass cult followers with you when you go to Russia, girl. Bye, Felicia. Bye.
Not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me, and I see Mikey. And I see Mikey there. And I will never forget what I saw, because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw, because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then
he did not do his job wrong. Do you know how many other buildings and how many other roof accesses and rooftops they had? You haven't even seen the campus layout. You're talking about one rooftop. Are you kidding me? They had about 6 rooftops around them, surrounding them down to that square. 6. You know how I know? Because I've seen the drone footage. Something you can look up online. You worried about one staircase? There were 6 rooftops. 6 different buildings with rooftops. So, by your dumb logic, he should have had one on every single rooftop. But never mind the 3,000 people down on the square. You can't make this up. It's like, I can go back and forth and give him a little banter because it's fun for me. It doesn't even piss me off. It's fun for me. Because I know they're not going to read anything. They're not going to look up a policy or protocol or anything. She keeps saying the same thing over and over again. There's 6 roofs. You think that's the only staircase they were concerned with? No, it's 6 of them. They won't watch anything. They won't read anything. They won't research anything. Go watch the UVU drone footage for the UVU campus. Or look at the map of where he was, or photos or videos. There's 6 roofs. Because that's what good journalism is. You count all the roofs, especially the ones that's in your peripheral and right in front of you. It wasn't just one, it was 6. And you're talking about 3,000 people, 12 men to guard Charlie, and only 4 campus police officers given. And it's not the head of security's call to collaborate anything with the chief of police on the campus of UVU. Now, if he was out on the regular street or he's on city property, that's one thing. But he's not on city property. He's on the school campus grounds. That's something that the local PD has no jurisdiction over. That's one. I guess that's the term jurisdiction they can't define and don't understand. He said he was concerned about all the roof staircases, girl. He was concerned about all the roofs, not just that one. He was concerned about all of them. But see, once again, you haven't looked up whether the other buildings around them with rooftops had also rooftop access. So you haven't looked any of that up. Neither has Candace, because she hasn't told you all. And you all only get your information out of what she says. You don't read and research things for yourself. So you would have no idea if the other 6 roofs that I literally counted 6 just from a photo. If any of those other buildings had rooftop access as well, you wouldn't know that because you haven't looked it up. He would have been concerned about all the rooftop access, not just one. And we're still waiting on photos of this blue and yellow Egyptian plane. I mean, I'm just saying, we're still waiting on it.
I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erica. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erica. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erica. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay.
The planes are real.
Pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy, and he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him. And I guess it's very disgusting for me as someone who witnessed this, who saw Mikey hugely distressed and then step up in the moment, because
the chief of police told him wrong. It was the job of UVU to collaborate with local PD. The chief told him wrong. And naturally, because the chief of police would not know the measures or protocols of the UVU campus police. They just know they have no jurisdiction on the campus. That is not the head of security's fault. UVU campus dropped the ball. They should have been very clear with him that it's on them to set up any collaboration with the local PD. He can't dictate what occurs on the campus of UVU. That is not his school. He doesn't own it. He doesn't control that property. Since that is the jurisdiction of the UVU campus police, just like any other jurisdiction where you have a police department assigned, they have to collaborate with other police departments. The head of security for a private company does not have to do that. It was for UVU to do that for the 1,000th time. Oh my God. What good does the flight information do if you can't even verify that it was the plane that she's describing? This is why you don't describe planes if you can't even provide proof that the planes exist. She could be reading flight data for any plane. Yeah, you would need a pic. If you're saying that it's Egyptian planes and you're describing them to be blue and yellow planes, yes, we want to verify that these planes are real planes. Because otherwise, I could give you all data of any flight for any plane on Earth and just say it's here in the city of Utah, in the state of Utah, and that's it. And if you're not reading or, using common sense that God gave a billy goat, you're going to believe anything that's said. That's why I don't do that. I'm not going to sit here and say I've seen 2 planes with very bright colors that are very distinct, by the way. And I'm saying these are Egyptian planes that shouldn't have been over here. One is blue, one is yellow. I don't even prove the planes exist. That's the starting point. Having that plane information could be linked to any other plane that may not be Egyptian planes. Do you understand? Because this is common sense over here. Whataboutisms don't work with me. She could have given flight information for any random plane that were not Egyptian planes. She could have been just flat out lying, as she always does. Here's some flight data information. She put up a photo of a white plane with red stripes on it, not a blue plane from Egypt. If you're going to describe a plane, you would think you would have photos or video or still image or something of that actual plane based on the description you gave. See, Candace didn't have to give a description either. But because she's not that smart, she gave a description, but she wants people to believe that the data she gave of this flight is actually related to a blue Egyptian plane. That's her fault for doing that. And when we ask for evidence to prove that these planes even exist, you're saying you don't need it. Why would she give descriptions of it if the plane description doesn't even matter? And how else do you authenticate to make sure you're talking about a specific plane? Those planes could have been for any other plane. It could have been for a random plane, for a private charter. You don't know that. And I'm sure you guys haven't looked that up because y'all don't research anything. Y'all don't research anything. So no, it's on her to prove that these planes exist. She the one that gave the descriptions. So in my mind, she put up a photo of a white plane with red stripes. Then these blue and yellow Egyptian planes do not exist until she shows proof that they exist. And that flight information could have been for some random plane that may not even belong to Egypt. You see how the lies can get dumb? It could have been regular U.S. planes, and she's just giving random flight data information. And the candy asses are just going to believe it because she said it. They're not going to ask, can you prove that these two Egyptian planes exist? Because otherwise, how do we know you're giving us information about an Egyptian plane if you can't even show photos of these planes itself? So the planes might not even exist, and they don't exist until I see evidence. That's it. I don't mislead my people over here. We don't do that dumb nonsense.
After that call was over, I saw Mikey like get total mastery of himself, that he realized he had to step up in this situation. And he, from that point, he was like a general directing.
Yeah, he's a general. We know he's amazing. We love him. He's just the most magnificent thing I've ever seen. It's stunning. It's brave. It's everything. It's every adjective I ever knew and more.
God.
What's interesting there is that Blake Neff had a back forth with somebody in X. And I want to be clear. I actually don't think Blake Neff is in on the
planes
here.
Exist.
I don't know why. I've just never gotten that vibe. I think
prove the planes exist. Prove that the planes exist. That's it. You know, they don't belong to Egypt. No, she said they're Egyptian planes. We're going to know what she said. They're Egyptian planes. One is blue and one is yellow. Why would she even give colors of a plane if they don't exist, if they're not real? You know, because lying and all. Why would she even go? Who does that? Who says these are Egyptian planes? One is blue and one is yellow. Who says that? Wouldn't you just give the flight information? Why would you give a description like that of a plane and you can't prove they exist? They don't belong in Egypt. They don't belong to Egypt. Oh, no. It's funny how she never says that. Then why is she saying they are Egyptian planes? You understand this? So she's lying like hell. And you all aren't challenging her on that? They're not Egyptian planes. So why is she saying they're Egyptian planes? It makes sense. Why would she say they're blue and yellow? Why would she say any of that nonsense? That's the thing. Why even say that they're blue and yellow colored planes if that is not what she meant? No, I don't sit here and stop. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sit here and give benefit of the doubt that she meant something else, because Candace can just say what she mean and mean what she say. Speak plain. No one should be speaking in riddles. Candace Owens, who's a liar, should not be speaking in riddles. I'm not going to sit here and do that. I'm going to let the candy asses sit here and try to, this is what she's, but that's what she meant. Nope. I'm not going to tell you all the planes are blue and yellow either if they're irrelevant to ID in the planes. I'm not even going to do that. She did say that. She did. She said that yesterday. Because we said that, right? We literally, and I pulled up the caption. I pull up the captions. So we read what she's saying and we hear what she's saying. And she said they're blue and yellow. Did she not say that? to the Luxus, did she not say that the planes were blue and yellow? Because I saw blue and yellow. We heard blue and yellow. I don't do it. She did. Thank you. We have the actual captions on when we watch this stuff. She said they were blue and yellow. We have the captions on every single time. She said they were blue and yellow, and then she puts up a photo of a white plane with red stripes. She said the plane, one is the blue plane. Let me pull it up because, you know, stupidity and all. Oh, no, we're going back. Because the candy asses are something else. They don't read or hear well. They don't. Okay.
Have to find within yourself.
Yeah.
Because there was something very specific.
Yeah. The blue plane.
SUBND did how.
Because see, if I have to prove a point, I'm going to prove it in an epic way.
Taking all of these figurative online bullets.
We don't speak in riddles. You understand? We don't do that. I don't have to sit here and try to figure out what the hell she mean. No, she knows how to say what she mean and mean what she say. She's just stupid. Oh yeah. Because they want to sit here and say she didn't say that. Yeah, I could prove you to be a liar. And Candace. And then sleep peacefully. It won't even bother me. They talking about, oh, you don't watch your shows. I don't. Oh, okay. I mean, funny how I can go right back to it at the right timestamp. Here we go.
Let's get to the day of the assassination. On the day of Charlie's assassination, we know the yellow plane took off in the morning, but the blue plane did not take off in the morning.
Yellow plane, blue plane. Are y'all seeing that? Look at God. Won't he do it? The yellow plane. You want to go back to what she said, Egyptian planes? Or y'all going to keep lying in my chat? Because, I mean, hell, I'm here for it. Blue Egyptian plane. Provo. He would have recognized the blue Egyptian plane. Who put a 1 in the chat if you can see what is being typed out right here. We're going to play it so we can hear her say these words. Y'all ready? Because when I have to prove a point, I do it in an epic fashion. To the candy asses, pay attention. This is how you prove a fact. It is a fact that she said these words.
That's all going to be relevant now, okay? So you have to remember that Charlie landed into Salt Lake City at 9:23 a.m. local time. I suspect that if he had instead landed into Provo, he would have recognized the blue Egyptian plane, okay? It's not.
What does that say? Blue Egyptian plane. Where the candy asses at? Blue Egyptian plane. Come on, candy asses. Unless y'all can't read or hear either. You know, I don't expect bots to do much of anything. But to the candy asses that claim to be human beings and mere mortals. What does that say? Let me take this comment off. He would have recognized the blue what now? Blue Egyptian plane. I'm not sitting here trying to figure out if there's some alternate double speak meaning. I don't speak cult. I repeat, I do not speak cult. So whatever she says is what she means, and she only say what she mean and mean what she say. Blue Egyptian plane. You gonna force me to keep proving the point? Y'all want to hear the part where she says yellow?
Not every day that you see an Egyptian military craft. It is now my well-informed opinion that he would.
Egyptian military craft. Egyptian military craft. She didn't say Egyptian diplomats on a plane. She said Egyptian military craft. Do you want me to keep going to the candy asses? Because I know the candy asses don't read worth shit. They want me to destroy them. Like oh man, these bots are getting dumber. Dumb and Dumber. Y'all, I'm gonna watch that movie with Jim Carrey. Oh, that's a good idea for a movie night for the members only. Dumb and Dumber. Oh my God, y'all, we got to do it. We got to do it. They need to make a Dumb and Dumber Christmas special. You can't make this up.
Recognized the blue Egyptian plane. Okay. It's not every day that you see an Egyptian military craft. It is now my.
It's not every day you see an Egyptian military craft. Because, you know, we're reading the words that she's saying out of her mouth. Come on. This is, we just proving a point here. Because this is what she said out of her mouth. Blue Egyptian plane. Then. That's what she said. We're playing what she said to the candy asses that don't read or hear. Come on.
Well-informed opinion that he would have looked at that plane and he would have recognized the blue plane and he would have instantly realized that something was amiss. And now I'm going to explain to you very carefully why I suspect that it is highly likely that Charlie would have recognized that plane. Okay. Tail number SUBND, the blue plane. A pregnant mommy sleuth.
The blue plane. Blue plane. Why call it blue? Why not say the white plane with red stripes? Why even make it that complicated? You know, because stupidity and all. I don't speak code. We don't do that. You're not going to sit here and pull my people into your alternate universe and reality or wherever hell you all's minds have gone. Oh no, the Lucksters will not be going to that alternate reality where somehow words aren't words to you all, and somehow blue plane, yellow plane, Egyptian military crafts means something else in that alternate reality where you people live. Nope. You're not taking my people over there with you. And there's no way you're going to even convince me of it. Nope. There's no debate here. This is exactly what came out of her mouth. And I said I would prove that she said blue and yellow Egyptian planes. And I'm proving that right now. The words are showing up. They are coming out of her mouth. I don't do code speak. I'm not here to interpret what she really meant. I don't care what she really meant. I'm showing you what she said. And if Candace is not smart enough to articulate something more eloquent when she's describing any military aircraft, that is her fault for being that dumb. But what you will not do is debate me on something this simple. You know, because we read here in the Lady Luck Club and we're reading the words that's coming up.
Who was locked into this investigation, discovered something that me and my team had missed. I consider her, obviously, and all of you to be my decentralized intelligence agents. Anyway, she sent me a rather urgent email, and I'm obviously protecting.
Yeah, keep impersonating CIA agents if you want to. That's a felony. Like all your YouTube channels can be reported, by the way, for impersonating agents. Good luck to that.
Her identity for reasons that are clear, but I want you to know that this discovery is due entirely to her. She is the person that in this regard went max for Charlie when I missed something. Her email stated in effect that I was only partially right about the plane tracking Charlie, that she had done an additional 15 hours of research and was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years.
She discerned. Where's the discovery? Where's the documentation? 15 hours of research. Where's the documentation? To the candy asses. Where's that 15 hours of documentation? You know, because we're not in some alternate reality. We're here on Earth in this one. Where's the 15 hours of documentation? If somebody is sitting here researching for 15 hours, wouldn't they have 15 hours worth of documentation? Put a 1 in the chat if they would. Let's get everybody involved. If you do 15 hours of research, would you not come out with at least 15 hours of documentation to prove you've done some research? Websites, links, photos, videos, text, emails. Would you not have some evidence out of that 15 hours to show forth of your research? Put a 1 in the chat. I want everybody cooperating here. Come on, candy asses. We still want to see your answer. Put a 2 if it's a no. Put a 2 if you've researched something for 15 hours and you walked away. You can't even name a website or give a link to where you was doing all this research, a book or something. 1 or 2 in the chat. 1 or 2 in the chat. I don't do whataboutisms. I'm proving she said blue and yellow Egyptian planes. Those words came out of her mouth. Put a 1 or 2 in the chat. 1, if you believe that after 15 hours, there should be some documentation, some evidence. Put a 2 in the chat if you feel like 15 hours and you still produce nothing. That's somehow normal. Come on. I don't do whataboutisms. 1 or 2 in the chat. That stuff don't work on me. Because the candy ass has challenged me. Challenge accepted. 1 in the chat. If you're going to do 15 hours of research, you're going to walk away with some documentation. I will be able to show you documentation of someone doing 15 hours of research. Especially you pregnant. 2 in the chat, if you're going to walk away 15 hours of research and produce nothing. I don't do whataboutisms. I don't speak code. I don't do all that nonsense. This helper is sitting here talking about blue and yellow Egyptian planes and all this other stuff. And the candy ass is sitting here asking questions about everything else. Nope. You said, proof that she said blue and yellow planes. They kept saying, no, she didn't say that. Yes, she did. Came right out of her mouth. You know, because stupid and all. Come on.
Erica. Not Charlie, but Erica was the one being tracked by these planes. And indeed, it turned out that she was correct. She discovered that between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SUBTT, the yellow plane, and SUBND, the blue plane, showed
The yellow plane, the blue plane. You know, for all these candy asses that think she's so smart, she has a mighty simpleton way of explaining planes. Why call them blue and yellow again? And then you can't prove that these blue and yellow planes exist. These Egyptian aircrafts, as she said it. Egyptian aircrafts. She didn't even say they were American made or made by any other country. She said these Egyptian aircrafts. That's what came out of her mouth. This is it right here. I'm going to do a screenshot. Because you can't make this up. It's not my fault that Candace speaks stupid. It's not my fault that she says the dumbest things ever. They're trying to make sense of something that's so remedial. Don't try to make sense of this. Why? Why don't you ask Candace to correct what she meant? Like, girl, what are you talking about? Why would you say blue and yellow planes? Now Lady Luck Club gonna clown you for that for a week. Because you can't make this stupid stuff up. She's sitting here talking about overlaps and all this stuff. You know, prove the planes exist. I want to see these planes. I want to see these 2 specific planes. I want to see photos or a video of these 2 specific planes. Because otherwise, you're giving me data information, whatever she pulled up on this map, of just a random plane. Random plane. It could have been any aircraft that landed in that airport. This could be referring to any aircraft. Not even the actual planes that she's saying came from Egypt. Or had Egypt diplomats on it. Because she lies. She won't even tell the candy ass that she filed a motion to dismiss. You know, something that can be seen by any person researching this court docket. She won't even admit that. You think she's going to tell the truth about, oh, this plain stuff, I just made it up. Because, you know, content. You can't make this stuff up. Why in the world would I make something up like this and then say they're blue and yellow? You can't, it's so ridiculous, it's not even funny.
Fact that if he had instead landed into Provo, he would have recognized the blue Egyptian plane. Okay. It's not every day that you see.
Yeah, that's another screenshot. Because you can't make this stuff up. It's so
Machine
stupid.
because of his memory. It was unbelievable.
Uh-huh.
That's all going to be relevant now. Okay. So you have to remember that Charlie landed into Salt Lake City at 9:23 a.m. local
He's
time.
not here to
I
corroborate
suspect that if he had instead landed into Provo, he would have recognized the blue Egyptian plane. Okay.
And they took this as a fact when she said, I suspect. They parade this, the candy asses parade this nonsense as if it's some point of fact. When she's sitting here saying, I suspect. The mommy sleuth discern. She did 15 hours of research, and she discerned no documentation to validate any of that. She can't even connect that flight data information or whatever that map was showing to an actual blue or yellow Egyptian plane or aircraft. She called it an Egyptian aircraft. She called it an Egyptian military aircraft. Because, I can do this all day. This is insane. That's what she called it. No one told her to say that. Y'all see this? Egyptian military aircraft. Egyptian military craft. So, to the candy asses, if you're saying that those planes were made somewhere else, why is Candace calling it Egyptian military craft? Why would she say that? Why even recognize it to be a blue Egyptian plane? I totally understand why Charlie got rid of her. Exactly. Because, see, I'm here for this. I'm not letting my Lucksters go into some alternate reality because a bunch of candy asses, they don't listen or read or research. You're gonna 15 hours of research and you walk away with no documentation. While I'm sitting here getting snippets where she's saying Egyptian military craft, not a TL or something from another country. But you won't get them questioning her. Why are you calling it an Egyptian military craft? They weren't made in Egypt. Why they not correcting her on this? This is what she's saying. We're not sitting here doing it. We're not making this stuff up. She said this. It's gonna be another screenshot. Because it's the stupidity of it all. You can't make this up. No, they get mad at us for pointing out that Candace is an idiot. And she got this simpleton way of speaking. No one told her to call it an Egyptian military craft or to say a blue or yellow Egyptian plane. But she did.
That vibe. I think he
That's
believes
not
what
our
he's
fault that she's saying is nonsense. No, it's her fault. And the candy asses, they're not sitting here challenging her on it. Candace, just so you know, they're not Egyptian military crafts. One is a TL and another was made in another country. They weren't even made in Egypt, girl. They won't even say that because coward and all. I'm not letting my people get sucked into some dumb narrative where they have no evidence to prove nothing. They can't even prove that she did not say that it's a blue and yellow Egyptian plane. I had to go back to the video, put on the captions, just so they can see that's what she said. It came out of her mouth. You can't make this stuff up. It's insane. Exactly. She talking about military contractors and stuff. They don't know. She's not entitled to their information. Hey, Morocco. How you doing, honey? CEO's first sentence. I know to a fact. Yeah, when she says that, it's just crazy. Jenny says, serious question. Has anyone ever heard her seriously criticize Islam and the Islamification of the West? I don't know. I question whether or not she's a Christian at this point. I did a video, a live stream rather, about whether she was ever MAGA. I mean, because it seems like she used MAGA to get up, in her career to get to this point where she has this platform. And you get all these candy ass cult followers that seem to forget that now she's sitting here dogging out any and every conservative that's either somehow close to Charlie, or they're just saying something she don't like because reasons, but she can't prove why she doesn't agree with it. It's like she used the MAGA conservative, sector to get to this point where she has this channel with 5.5 million people or 5.8 million people lying about being number one podcast on earth when she's not, because that can be researched as well. And then now she's like, screw it all. It's hard to even tell if she's a Christian. I mean, she really thinks that being Catholic is something separate from being Christian. This is so crazy. But just so you know, because I had to prove a point, take some clips to the candy asses that kept saying, no, she did not say that. Ah, it's right. It was right there on the screen. I took clips of it. Because who talks like that? That's the whole point. She talks like a simpleton, an airhead. She's saying a man should be fired because she doesn't understand how jurisdictions work with police departments. Complex things, complex concepts will go over her head in a minute. Because she's not that smart. She's not smart. But yet, the candy asses wanted to challenge me on whether or not she said blue Egyptian planes or yellow Egyptian planes. Okay. The stupidity of it all. Let's get back to this.
Saying, like I said, he is telling the truth as far as I can tell. Vibe check, right? But what's interesting is he allows us to.
When that call was over, I saw Mikey like get. You very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was and then he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erica. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erica. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erica. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, hey, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. Pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy, and he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him. And I guess it's very disgusting for me as someone who witnessed this, who saw Mikey hugely distressed and then step up in the moment, because after that call was over, I saw Mikey like get total mastery of himself, that he realized he had to step up in this situation. And he, from that point, he was like a general directing.
Yeah, he's a general. We know he's amazing. We love him. He's just the most magnificent thing I've ever seen. It's stunning. It's brave. It's everything. It's every adjective I ever knew and more. What's interesting there is that Blake Neff had a back forth with somebody in X. And I want to be clear. I actually don't think Blake Neff is in on the corruption here. I don't know why. I just never gotten that vibe. I think he believes what he's saying. Like I said, he is telling the truth as far as I can tell. Vibe check, right? But what's interesting is he allows us to now date, or rather put some time mark.
A vibe check, but not a fact check. Candace, you should start doing fact checks. Forget your vibes and your feelings and your thoughts and your emotions. Can you for once operate on facts, hardcore facts? Can you produce the documentation from the 15 hours of research that the impersonator CIA agent Mommy Sleuth did? Is there any chance you're going to post up any evidence or documentation from her doing 15 hours of research online? And I want to know exactly where she was researching, because it sounds like she may have been going on websites and pulling up information she's not privy to either. But yet you talk about having FBI leaks. Why don't you utilize them FBI leaks? You already got them in trouble. You don't think they will get fired once the director finds out they're sitting here leaking you information of all people? She who thinks she's above the rule of law. Another concept that the candy ass cult followers don't think about either.
Here on how long the phone call was between Mikey and Erica, right? Because he drops a receipt on X. He's having a back forth spat with somebody on X a few days ago, or a week ago, I don't remember. And he decides to drop his call log with his mom, or rather a screenshot of the call that he had with his mom. Now remember, Blake is in Arizona now, so this is going to say 11:24. It's supposed to be obviously 12:24 Utah time. We can show you that. You can see he calls his mom.
Utah, it's still saying Utah time. Lord mercy, still saying Utah time.
And the call is 45 seconds long, and the call begins at 11:24. So a story that he tells us is he's running for 30 seconds, or however long he said there. It's not long. He stops, catches his breath. He sees Mikey. Mikey's got a quivering lip. Mikey looks at him and he says, I've got to call Erica. And he says, Mikey calls Erica, and then I call my mom. And when he terminates the phone call with his mom, he says, Mikey then called his dad, right? That's the next thing that happens. It's a very short phone call, right? That allows us to at least get a sense of how this ran, because he's now confirming he called her first. Charlie was shot at 12:23, right? So these are back-to-back phone calls. It actually, if it happened this quickly with this receipt, it's possible.
Girl, Erica already confirmed that. Erica confirmed that in her interview with Jesse Waters. She said that Mikey called her, told her what happened. She said, okay. It was not a long phone call. That can be, here it is, here's the word of the day, corroborated with the interview that Erica Kirk gave Jesse Waters when she spoke of the phone call with her and Mikey McCoy. Candace, just go back to Erica Kirk's interview with Jesse Waters. She also speaks of it, and she said that call was short. It was a quick call. Pull up the interview, girl. It's not that complicated, Candace.
But Rob McCoy did think he was the first person that was called, because Rob McCoy is getting called at 12:24 or 12:25. This is all happening within 2 minutes, right? These phone calls are flying within 2 minutes, right? That means when he terminates that call, it's what, 12? When you start a phone call, Mark, you can chime in here and mansplain if you know the answer. When you're looking at his screenshot there, is that telling us when the call began or when the call terminated?
It's when the call is initiated.
When the call's initiated. So it's possible 45 seconds later, he's now in the 12:25, and now Mikey's calling his dad. That's very interesting. That's just another data point that we at least have there. Moving on to the
data point for what, Candace? Because, you know, you already off this timeline by 6 days or something. 3 hours. How far are we with this? Because Utah time and all. Why don't you just corroborate it with the actual interview that Erica Kirk gave, where she speaks about that, and then you can corroborate what she said to what he said to get an understanding of how short that call was. It was not a long call. It just wasn't. He had other calls to make. She needed to get off the phone. She said she was with her mother in the hospital at a doctor's appointment when she got the call. And she ran up out the hospital to get to where he was, to where Charlie was. If you watch Erica Kirk's interview, Candace, you will be able to get that corroboration of how long that call lasted. Because that is how you journalist. That's how you do it. You're bad at this, girl. You are bad at this, Candace.
America's pastor, Rob McCoy. I just think in general, by the way, I want to give a shout out to Calvary Chapel, because I knew nothing about Calvary Chapel for this investigation. These pastors are doing the absolute most. I have never seen such an obvious and naked propagandist campaign in my life than me exploring the Calvary Chapel church movement. So America's pastor, Rob McCoy, was in Jerusalem on November 16th, apparently. A couple days ago, he was at an event. It was built as a celebration of the life of Charlie Kirk. And what better way to celebrate the life of Charlie Kirk than to take questions from the audience about, you guessed it, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Take it away, Israel.
We see people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and these people are essentially trying to hijack the Christian message and spread an anti-Israel message in the name of Christianity. And they're perverting this Judeo-Christian brotherhood and ethic by essentially promoting Jew hatred, but putting a Christian label on it. What can we do to push back? And what can the church do to be able to just completely repudiate that kind of dishonesty and perversion of what Judeo-Christian values truly are?
That's a great question. We've gotten into this situation with that generation of young people because they have all been raised by Caesar, and we're wondering why they become Romans. We have abdicated our public school system to secularism. And it's the red-green revolution, where you take away with secularism the moral foundation, and then you come in with whether it be Islam or ethno-nationalism, because we've gone through critical race theory, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've taken white males and put them at the bottom of the totem pole. We've mocked them and embraced this stupidity, and now we're upset that they feel as though they've been, relegated to obscurity, and now they're signing on with these awful directions in life.
So it's interesting to think about them discussing how we need to be re-educated again, kind of like the Robert Maxwell campaign, like we had to have the Holocaust education. And I want you to imagine a world where Calvary Chapel churches get to decide how we're educated.
I know darn well she's not comparing this to the Holocaust. I know she's not comparing this to the Holocaust. Candace, people wonder if you're a Christian. Remove Jewish community out of that. I wonder if you're just a Christian at this point, because you lack a soul. There's no way Charlie Kirk would want you to keep attacking his church and his pastor like this. And you're talking about you love him and you care about him so much when you didn't go to his funeral. And yet you keep attacking his pastor, a man that he loved and respected as his spiritual leader and guide. And you're attacking him You wouldn't be doing this if Charlie Kirk were alive. You know why? You know how I know, Candace? Because you never did it when he was alive. You won't find one post, one tweet, nothing of Candace Owens attacking Rob McCoy before Charlie Kirk was shot. Because she knows better. She's gone after this man's family, still going after his faith, and then trying to dip into going after his finances through his company. She's hitting all 3 F's here. Family, faith, finances. And for what? Still can't tell us who pulled the trigger and shot him.
Because somebody sent me an actual magazine that they have. Again, I'm new to the Calvary Chapel thing that's happening. I knew they were behind a lot of the attacks against me and Tucker Carlson this year, but I hadn't realized that how, like I said, naked and propagandist this is. This is this month's issue of Calvary Chapel magazine. Apparently they have their own magazine, and this is not parody. This is Judeo-Christianity. This is the cover of Calvary Chapel magazine from this month, and it says, "Stand with Israel." It tells the story of surfer to shepherd. I guess that's somebody's story. And then you have there a subtitle. I guess we're going to be able to read this article in there. Why Jews are hated. You go to your church on Sunday, and this is what they are handing out. Now, the person who sent me this then showed me what was inside, which is even more amazing. Here we go. Here we are learning about Christianity. Oh, actually, it's a photo of IDF soldiers wearing yarmulkes coming home. And it has a quotation here that said, "God began to paint a prophetic portrait of the Messiah." I just want to know how this happened, I guess. I don't know. I was asleep. I didn't know this was
I just want to know why you're sitting here going so hard on his church.
going on. I didn't understand that this is, they have so many mega churches everywhere across America.
God.
And they basically exist to convince Christians to worship the IDF. I just find that to be quite strange. Let me know if I'm out of pocket here. And you really think that this is not propagandist and that you're learning.
You're out of pocket. You're so far out of pocket, it's not even funny. You're so far out of pocket. You've landed in another galaxy, girl. Candace, you are way out of pocket. You've been out of pocket since September 11th, September 12th. And yet, she won't find time to try to actually get Erica Kirk on her show, because reasons. She wants people to tell her if she's out of pocket. Okay. Wish granted. You're out of pocket. You're out of reality. You're out of touch. You're out of a lot of things. You're out of empathy. You're out of a soul. You're out of a conscience. You're out of your mind. You are so out of pocket that you are out of your mind. And I say that with everything I have. You're out of your mind.
Christ's message when you line up and you get handed stuff like this. I don't know. I just feel like that for me is something that we need to talk about more because it's pretty obvious what happened here. And of course, Bibi Netanyahu was involved with Calvary Chapel churches. We're going to get to that tomorrow. His relationship with Bob Coy, not to be confused with Pastor Rob McCoy, but Bob Coy, the one from Fort Lauderdale, who got into a little bit of a scandal with sexual abuse. Again, we'll get into that tomorrow. Before we get into comments, when we get into comments, rather, I'm going to tell you, finally answer that question. That lingering question, I told you I would find out what was the name of the donor that similarly freaked out and spazzed out when Charlie let Tucker Carlson speak on stage and took $1 million away from Charlie. I'm going to tell you who that donor was just after a few more sponsors. All right, you guys, I think we all know now.
I'm not doing the sponsors. Why would she take? You know what? I'm not even going to let that happen. I'm not even going to play that. Nope. I'm not going to sit here and put it on my video of her doxing yet another person. I'm not doing it. Because no one needs to know who that person is.
All right, you guys.
So this is the one she did today. I heard she spazzed out again. It's like a common occurrence now. I told the candy asses that stuff don't work on me coming here talking about I'm being paid. I'm waiting on the check. Tell Benjamin Netanyahu to hurry up. That shit don't work on me. Child, please. Then go ahead and send me that check. Where's my envelope of cash? It's Christmas time. Out of here.
So we received a couple of weeks ago a very thorough tip regarding Charlie's assassination and the Egyptian planes. Now, what is even more compelling about this tip is that this individual who works with or for government sent it before I had figured out that the Egyptian planes were tracking Erica and Charlie. Now, the individual also focused on something that at first seems to me to be very micro to the situation, and now it seems quite macro. And it's an answer perhaps to the question,
Let me start over.
Is even more compelling about this tip is that this individual who works with or for government sent it before I had figured out that the Egyptian planes were
Egyptian planes. So she reiterates this to the candy gases. Once again, she says Egyptian planes. It's not code for anything. She's literally calling them Egyptian planes from Egypt. Yeah, because she's a simpleton and so are you all.
tracking Erica and Charlie. Now, the individual also focused on something that at first seems to me to be very micro to the situation, and now it seems quite macro. And it's an answer perhaps to the question, what was the Egyptian military plane, which left Provo on the morning of Charlie's assassination, doing in Delaware, actually? We should figure that out. Welcome back to Candace.
What does this have to do with the shooter?
Did I stop and think, is this even a routine flight path at all? Like, why would these jets, ostensibly filled with government-level Egyptians, right, particularly the yellow jet, tail number SUBTT.
Where's the photo of this yellow plane? You know, because the candy asses doesn't believe that she's actually using the word yellow or blue or Egyptian with plane or aircraft. You know, as funny as it is, it's sad that they are still, after 3 videos, not understanding words. You can't make this up. Oh, we're going to be late with the Umar live, but we're doing it. It's just going to be a late live. Yeah, but we're doing it tonight.
Which kept overlaying, sometimes even for days, in Delaware. Why would they do that? Why would that plane be doing that? Let's pull up that timeline again that I put together of you guys of the blue jet and the yellow jet. And we virtually in all the stops, you can just scroll through this. Like we kept noticing that yellow plane was going through Paris. It was going to Wichita, but very often it was stopping in Wilmington. Like what goes on in Wilmington, Delaware, actually? If you
Umar. Y'all, if she bring Umar Johnson into this, it is just gonna get comical. Umar, I think Candace Owens trying to soundbite you, bro. Umar the Oompa Loompa, come on out. You're up next. Welcome to the Wheel of Conspiracy Theories. Featured by Candace Owens. Now Umar is up for the run. Umar is up. Because that's all I know in Wilmington, Delaware. Umar Johnson. That's right.
Fly private, even if you fly public, it's not exactly a hub. People aren't like, let me route through Wilmington to go overseas. It's not a thing. The person who emailed me claimed to be a solid source of what that flight was doing. And he claimed, or she claimed, that he or she was so solid that they challenged me to find other people in government, people that were working in federal agencies and people that work at the State Department to confirm what he had said. And I did. People that I trusted. I went to, spoke with them, waited a while. That's why this email came in weeks ago, but we're just telling you about it now. And they confirmed that what this individual was saying was true. And that's why I am presenting.
Who they? Who is they? Say their name. You just gave out the name of a Jewish donor, you dunkhead. What's the name of this State Department? Y'all keep trolling her in that tip line. It's getting good. If someone could go ahead and make that connection to Umar Johnson, because you already got a plane over in Wilmington. Go ahead and make that connection to Umar. Oh, that'll be so funny. Oh, it's going to be so funny. Please make that connection. Somebody please send her an email to her tip line and say, yep, I saw, did you know Umar Johnson allegedly is, you know, he's like an FBI informant. He's in Wilmington, Delaware. Somebody please email her that. Wait a minute. So you talked to somebody at the State Department, Candace, and you just want people to believe that you confirmed something with no evidence, no proof, no name, no nothing. Not an email, a badge number, or nothing. Not a nothing. You're not giving us any information to corroborate this either. No corroborating, supporting evidence on this. You're just going to say, I confirmed it. It's real. That's it. Candace, you're bad at this. You're bad at this. You're not a journalist at all.
To go overseas, it's not a thing. The person who emailed me claimed to be a solid source of what that flight was doing. And he claimed, or she claimed, that he or she was so solid that they challenged me to find other people in government, people that were working in federal agencies and people that work at the State Department to confirm.
Wait, in federal agencies, I thought you had leaks. Candace says she has leaks, right? Doesn't she have leaks in the FBI? Candace, you contradicting yourself. I know that's a hard word. It's a big concept you don't understand. The candy asses refuse to look up the definition of the word contradiction, but you're contradicting yourself. You said you had leaks in the FBI. Why are you just contacting people in federal agencies and people that work at the State Department? What State Department? What State Department? Name the agency. Name the actual specific State Department. You said federal agencies. The FBI is literally working on the Charlie Kirk murder. And you said you have leaks in the FBI. So why are you calling federal agencies? Why aren't you calling your leaks? You see how you're contradicting yourself, dingus?
What he had said. And I did. People that I trusted. I went to, spoke with them, waited a while. That's why this email came
Who
in
are
weeks
these
ago. We're
people?
just telling you about it now.
Show the email then. Show us the email.
And they confirmed that what this individual was saying was true. And that's why I am presenting it today, despite the fact that the person who sent this email was clear this information is quite dangerous. Now, to remind you guys so
Show
that
the
you
email,
are
girl.
understanding what we are working through here with a lot of information that is known to virtually none of us. On the morning of Charlie's assassination, the plane that had initially carried over the 12 or 14 quote unquote Egyptians 6 days earlier, that plane departed, the yellow plane departed on the morning at 7:14 a.m. local time from Provo, Utah. And it headed to Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, it arrived in Wilmington, Delaware at 11:51 a.m. Eastern. So that's at around 9:51 a.m. Utah time. Okay, Charlie's going to get shot at 12:23. This plane has landed into Wilmington at what would be 9:51 a.m. So about 2.5 hours before Charlie is shot. And then, for whatever reason, these Egyptians decided to stay in Wilmington, Delaware for a night until the following day. I don't know. Where do they sleep? Where do they go? Then what goes on in Wilmington, Delaware? Because they departed September 11th at 7:56 a.m.
Umar, where you and your buddy sleeping at no hotels? Wait a minute. Oh man. You know, Umar Ifatunde probably asked them for donations while they were there. You can't make this up. Oh, she is being trolled in her tip line and she doesn't even know it. And she's feeding into it by saying she spoke with federal agencies in the State Department, people she trusted. But then we're still waiting on you to show the damn email, girl.
That means that we can definitively rule out that this was just a fuel stop, right? Nobody's like, let me fuel up my private military jet and sleep on the plane. So there was something in Wilmington that held the interest of our Middle Eastern people that are here for some reason. Well, like I said, someone emailed us and we took our time vetting this tip because it seemed plausible, right? It seemed plausible to us that you guys are thinking maybe this was meant to distract us. We're going to run down this rabbit hole. And no, that's not the case. We vetted it across multiple government agencies and to really the highest levels.
Okay, so name the agencies. Name the actual individuals. I mean, you got leaks. You might as well. Are we going to see the emails or no?
The government. So this is legit. I've printed it out and I'm going to read around some parts, removing some parts to provide this individual, who by the way, I don't know who this is, but to give him and her even some more coverage. Even though they said that they were very thorough in making sure it wouldn't get back to them, but you never know. They're taking a tremendous risk. So I'm just going to read this to you guys. And
Nope. Because see, when I verified that damn degree, I showed the whole email, what I sent and the response sent back to me from the University of Rhode Island. I didn't like their answer, but I showed it either way. You can't show the email you got here. You print it out. Who prints stuff out? Let me ask you all this. She's got a laptop sitting right here. She's got a phone nearby. Why would she print that out as opposed to just pull it up and read it from her laptop? Can someone explain that? Why waste trees? Candace, you are bad at this. And you're going to read around it? So she could just be reading anything. It could be blank. And she could be reading part of her script. How do we not know she's reading her script? We don't know what she's reading. That's not evidence. Are you kidding me? This is not evidence. She could literally be reading part of her script for her show and just saying stuff. She has not shown any evidence to prove that she spoke with anyone in any state department or federal agency or her leaks in the FBI. None of that she claims she has. She could literally be reading part of her script. We don't know what she's reading.
And I'm going to read it slow
This
for
is
comprehension because I had to
madness.
read it slow myself for comprehension.
Oh
It starts
my
out
God.
with, Candace, I'm aware that you suspect the government and other entities are involved in the events leading up to and on September 10th. I'm aware that you also tied the plane, SUBTT, yellow plane, to this and that you are receiving tips.
Y'all,
You
this
might
is
have been
not
wondering
real.
why SUBTT made so many visits to Wilmington, Delaware, out of all places.
Made it up.
And I can personally answer that. What I can say about myself is blank, blank, blank. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. Some people may tell you that SUBTT stopped at Wilmington because
Oh, Mira, they said that she did receive a degree. I put it up first thing in the live yesterday. And they said that she did get a degree. Because I wanted them to confirm, was she awarded a degree? You know, because Candace, I don't need your personal information of any sort. Just confirmation of a degree. They said yes, a degree was awarded to that individual with that name. Yep. Candace is bad at this still. You can't do this. How bad is this going to get here? This girl is reading a paper. We don't know what's on it. It could be pictures that her kids drew of trees and kites. We have no idea what she's looking at all. And she didn't even hold it up to the camera.
was quote unquote just maintenance. That is not true. The information I am giving you will implicate the FBI and various other government agencies all at the same time. I am passing this to you because you are honest enough to see this for what it is. You may put this in your notes and reveal this pattern publicly, but this, and then he talks about why this information is dangerous. So I'm going to skip and
why would you
get to
print
the
that
information
out?
portion.
What?
The information portion reads this. As you know, on September 10th, an Egyptian government Dassault Falcon 7X tail number SU-BTT came into Wilmington, Delaware. I tried to pull non-public.
What's the proof of that? Where's the proof of that? And not what she typed up from the airline, from the flight data recorder. You know, the FDR that's in the little black box, Candace. And if you don't know what a black box is in the plane, it has two components, the CVR and the FDR. Where's some evidence connected to that plane to show that it landed there? You typing stuff up, it's not evidence. That's you making stuff up. Just like this nonsense you're reading off of a paper when you got a whole ass laptop right here. Y'all, she doesn't do this. This is not her normal pattern behavior here. For her to print something out. That's so old-fashioned and rudimentary. She pulls stuff up and just reads it. This is weird for her to even print some out and just pick and choose what she gonna read and then expect this to be a fact when she won't even show on the camera view. She won't even show the actual letter or the documents on the camera.
Movement data, and it came up empty. For me, this means that the arrival was processed
Oh my
under a
God.
diplomatic and dignitary category, which would
She
not
get
show up in the
trolled.
usual places. That in and of itself wouldn't be odd if we were talking about Andrews or Dulles airports. It's odd at Wilmington. You can't verify this next piece directly, but I can independently. I can confirm
Who is
that
this person?
blank uses vehicles which often leave and enter that airport when they do covert handoffs. Now, I have no affiliation with SUBTT, nor am I an operator anywhere near Egypt or its planes, but I do know that only federal vehicles are allowed to access.
Wait, I thought the candy ass said those planes weren't made in Egypt. Didn't they come over to the chat and say that? She just said they did. Near Egypt or its planes. She's not even trying to debunk her own cult followers. Her cult followers were in the chat earlier saying that's not what she meant. Nope, that's exactly what she meant. She thinks these planes were made in Egypt. She called them Egyptian military aircraft. So these are Egyptian planes. That's what she keeps insinuating here. I don't have to make this dumb nonsense up. Candace, if you're being trolled, we're gonna keep laughing at you because you don't know how to vet anything. And I know that's a term for you that's still new because you got it from me. But you need to understand what that means to vet and corroborate. We don't even. Gosh, he's just reading something. George needs to stop typing up stuff for his wife to say on camera. You go get her effed up.
But I do know that only
George
federal
typed
vehicles
this
are
letter
allowed
up,
to
y'all.
allowed access to private gates housing government planes. Because of this, I can guarantee you that the vehicles affiliated
George
with
typed
this
this up.
workspace arrived and left inside the same window as SUBTT. Government vehicles either pick up, monitor, or escort every government plane that lands
Manny.
there. So that's the standard. It's every single one. Feds don't just leave foreign government planes unwatched. It's a government plane, not a ghost plane. Someone has to come out, and we all know they're not going to just call an Uber. Given that I know most of the locations that these vehicles visit, I'm entirely confident in stating that the plane
Oh my
and those
God.
vehicles are connected to 920 North King Street, which is at a place that is marketed also as 1 Rodney Square. Nearly every federal vehicle that visits the airport will pass through King Street at least once, because that is where the majority of the vehicles are ultimately stationed. We do this because it is discreet. The reason people don't know about this is because assets can be transferred to cars without diplomatic plates. You can't just do transfers with the diplomatic plates out in the open, or it would immediately tie assets to government. That's why the fleet is either federal, unmarked, or local. So when I say government vehicles, what I'm really saying is they most likely immediately swapped the plates for local, but they still had federal clearance. I'm going to skip this because I think this could be...
How was she? What in hell? Who sent this letter? Who are these so-called federal agencies again that she vetted this with? Oh man, Candace, we can all make assumptions, so I'm just gonna make one. George Farmer needs to stop helping his wife script her show. Please tell her to make you a sandwich so we can all, you know. I don't know. This is entertainment for me at this point. I cannot take any of this seriously. She won't even say who sent it, but she still doxed another Jewish donor. That person didn't deserve to be doxed, and I hope they sue her. I refuse to play it in my video. She doxed another Jewish donor, but she won't say who sent her this damn email. What makes one person privacy more valuable than the other? Laws apply to everybody. Everyone has the right to privacy. Everyone has the right to have their information preserved. So why should a Jewish donor be doxxed, but this person who allegedly sent this stupid ass letter, you can't even say what the last name is, the agency they work with? Nothing. No information. Okay.
The whole idea is they get in, they have a meeting, they get
my
out,
God.
the plates are then changed back, and they go back to a designated area. However, sometimes it is decided that they need to have a meeting in a more
Can't make
convenient
this up.
spot, a meeting that's not in a car. That is what I am telling you happened with SUBTT. It obviously be impossible for me to show you the evidence of these activities, because I obviously can't do that.
Oh,
I
get
obviously
him,
can't
Manny.
pull dash
Get
cam
him,
or
Manny.
cameras, but I am telling you that this is known among insiders, and if you want confirmation, you can ask Intel insiders of yours, and they will confirm that that is exactly what happened.
Intel of yours. She's not a government agency or a government employee or anything. She doesn't have Intel. She won't even show basic photos of a plane. Like she has no documentation to produce. Somebody researching 15 hours worth of something, and she couldn't show a single shred of evidence from this so-called mommy sleuth researching for 15 hours. She didn't post up one piece of documentation from that research. Sounds like that mommy sleuth needs to be reported to the FBI for cyber stalking.
You may ask why this happened in the first place, and I'll give you my best information, and here's where it gets big. In June of 1997, the Department of Justice's own directory lists, quote, Wilmington Residence Office, 1 Rodney Square, Suite 404, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. That is your line to know that it is a federal resident office. As at that exact address, you can open it yourself in this link and look for a page titled 675. Okay, we did that. We confirmed that. Wilmington Resident Office, Suite 404, 1 Rodney Square. And so we can confirm this is, like he says, or she says, the Department of Justice's own directory list. Okay.
That can be Google. You think that's private? That's not secret information. That's public information. A directory? Anyone can look that up. Y'all. People are trolling her, and she has no idea. And we're here for it. You don't sit here and say that's not her research to post up that was given to her, when the mommy sleuth only did it because Candace said it. I post up information someone sends me all the time, but I corroborate it with other research that I do myself online. That's no different than someone sending me an email saying that she did receive a degree. Why would I not post that email up? It was an inquiry that I made to the school, and I posted the response. It's that simple. You don't sit here and say someone did some research for 15 hours. You can't show proof of the research that they done. Whatever they research should be available to the public to do the same thing. Unless this person is doing something that they should not be doing, legally speaking. Just like with this letter. Why can't she say who the person is that sent it to her? Because she didn't have a problem doxing a Jewish donor. And she's saying Jewish donor. She called them that because all the candy asses, you guys, you salivate over her videos. So you know you're watching them. And you know that's what she called the woman. She referred to the lady as a Jewish donor. We don't do cult over here. I don't speak cult and stupid. It's so dumb. Post up the letter. Say who sent it to you. if it's real. I'm just gonna assume George typed this up and then he just pulled in the address for one of the FBI headquarters, the Department of Justice director or something, and just threw it in there. Because that's not corroborating anything, Candace. It's just not.
Today, if you punch that address into public directories, you will find the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, at 920 North King Street. And at the same address,
so what?
United States Secret Service, 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. Both are live.
Okay.
Both are at Suite 404. Both also publish phone numbers. In the Secret Service case, the agency's own 2025 field office list still shows Wilmington, Delaware.
What does that have to do with these so-called Egyptians being on a plane? You said they were all Egyptians that were contracted with the U.S. military. What does that have to do with these Egyptians on these planes, Candace? What does any of this have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? She's still not pinpointing them to the campus and being behind the gun. You can't make this stuff up. George, please stop helping your wife.
That means the suites that the Department of Justice owned
so
in the
dumb.
90s never actually went away.
So
This eventually
dumb.
evolved into a multi-agency space in a commercial building. The building looks like if you decided to cut the 33 Thomas Street building in
You
half.
can't make this
Seriously, if you Google image 33 Thomas Street in New York City, that's the building that Snowden leaked. Find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to 920 North King Street in Wilmington. It looks exactly like a mini version of the thing. The only difference is that 920 North King has glass windows. Now, you saw people on X saying that SUBTT has an alibi because it, quote unquote, aligns with a long-standing Falcon maintenance arrangement out of Wilmington that dates back to 1999. You remember that, guys? They told us, oh, they were just doing maintenance. This is maintenance here, maintenance there, scheduled maintenance. That's the part.
Is she about to prove their point and not hers? Because isn't the point of this to be connected to Charlie Kirk's assassination? Is she proving their point that it was maintenance?
Part that really sent me because I know that's the part that really sets me off because I know that you are right about the plane and I also know the truth about this plane. Yes,
God.
Wilmington used to have a Dassault Falcon authorized center, but it
Jesus.
shut down around 2021.
I'm lost. I
Then,
don't know what
and
to
this
say.
is verifiable.
Nope.
In December of 2024, a French aircraft finishing company called Satys, S-A-T-Y-S, announced that it was taking over the shuttered Wilmington Airport hangar. And every Delaware outlet said the same thing. Satys will invest a little over $1 million. And get
Me
this.
too,
So you see
Wyoming,
that? We're
yeah.
pulling that up. They
I'm
confirmed
lost.
that is true. This is a French company that said they were going to take over this hangar in Wilmington.
Uh-oh.
The Delaware
Macron's about
River
to
and
come
Bay
back up.
Authority is the one that is making that deal. DRBA is a bi-state authority, except the key part is that it operates on federally regulated waterways. Its own January 2024 resolution says that it was, quote, acquiring the rights to a paint hangar currently part of a Dassault leasehold and authorizing the executive director and board chair to execute that lease with Satys. So that is a River Bay Authority, the DRBA, that is executing an aviation lease on a field that sits on a navigable corridor. That automatically puts it in the orbit of a federal system. The chain here that would report from the people who control the rivers would be DRBA to the Army Corps of Engineers, the Secretary of the Army and the Secretary of Defense to the President. So now you can say with complete honesty that the federal government was aware of and signed off on the plane and hangar situation. Now, I'm not claiming a direct line of authority for that. I'm saying that anyone who tells you that the influence is not there is either misinformed or lying. I'm also not saying that POTUS himself did this, but the government was undeniably involved with that hangar and the plane that you are eyeing. Not to mention, Representative McBride is the statewide rep for that place. Again, I'm not saying that McBride has anything to do with this because I wouldn't know that, but it is noteworthy. What you can honestly
How
say
is it
though is this.
noteworthy if you wouldn't know? If you can't? It's not noteworthy if you don't know anything about that connection. Then no. It's like asking, okay, is the representative connected to this? No. Okay, great. Moving on. Why would you make note of something that's irrelevant? You can't prove that there's any connection between the representative and this. So who would make note of that? Make note of something that is irrelevant. Yeah, I'm drinking red soda, but make note of the yellow soda that I have in my refrigerator. Why?
If SUBTT has been doing this
I'm
run
not
for
drinking
decades,
the yellow soda.
it
I'm
could not
drinking
have
the
been
red one.
using
Like,
a
it's so
2024 French finishing lease as its maintenance justification. In fact, your own timeline shows how they traveled to France before the deal was even made. It proves that the maintenance door.
Her timeline was off by 2-3 hours. Her timeline was off by at least 2 or 3 hours. Because Utah time.
is nothing but a cover. That hangar is undeniably either another site in and of itself or it is a front for something else.
Oh, dear
Back to
God.
920 North King Street. When you Google FBI Wilmington Resident Agency, you should check the address in the Google info panel. You will likely get 920 North King Street with a label Federal Bureau of Investigation instead of the public FBI address that's at 500 Delaware Avenue, Suite 300, which is just a bank tower. You can confirm that 500 Delaware Ave is the borough's public-facing spot, but Google will tell you that 920 North King Street is also the FBI. That is not a mistake. The FBI is also stationed at 920 North King Street. They list it straight in the DOJ's 90s directory. Further, the Secret Service is not a part of the Department of Justice. They are the Department of Homeland Security. So this actually seems to be a joint DOJ DHS site, which verifiably houses 3 different agencies and possibly more all at the same time. I've looked for a while, and to this day, I don't see any other location that does that. I guarantee you've never personally heard of a federal site operating like that either.
I've never heard of a letter written like this. Like, it's so, George, please stop giving your wife ideas. At some point, you're going to have to tell her, dear, can you shut up? You can't make this stuff up. This is so ridiculous. It's like red fish, blue fish, 1 fish, 2 fish. And then you're trying to make sense of all of this. And then she reads a letter that says something completely different, where she's talking about mountains and hillside and Valley Ranch. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, it's nothing to do. One thing has nothing to do with the other at all. What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk?
No matter what anybody tells you, if they say they lease like that all the time, that is not a justification. Multiple agents of multiple different agencies in one suite is not common or typical in the slightest. A joint office is common, but there's a line to draw between a joint office and at least 3 different agencies alongside contractors all operating in one place. Also, take a look at the borough's own press release from December 5th, 2024.
Which borough?
Christopher Wray, quote, met with key partners and stressed how critical FBI partnerships are to protecting our communities. They chose to mention partners. They didn't say that he met with agents that were assigned in Wilmington. They foregrounded partnerships. That's the vocabulary.
Contractors. Yeah, contractors, because government agencies have contractors. Did we not establish that this plane allegedly was transporting military contractors and subs? Did we not establish that already?
That they use when the space is not purely FBI and it lines up with what is actually happening at 920 North King Street, which is the FBI, the DEA, and the USSS, United States Secret Service, and others are working together in a commercial tower. Here is the link for that press release. In that link, Ray confirms that the place houses private partners as well. He says, quote, if you step back and look at how much closer our partnerships are now than they were 5 or 10 years ago, it's a defining trend. I think of significance of this positive transformation. We have an entire generation of law enforcement and the private sector working together, trying to figure out how to help each other. And
y'all see that? Didn't I just say contractors? We have an entire generation of law enforcement
and the private sector.
That's contractors. Private sector would be contractors that they contract with the government. Why is that so difficult for her to understand? So the government doesn't have the right to contract with contractors with the private sector? There are whole laws on competitive bidding to ensure that the private sector is able to get contracts with federal government agencies. You know, because private sectors want to make money too, I guess. That's the, it's like, oh, that's so unbelievable. I can't believe the private sector wants to work with our federal government, Like that shouldn't be happening. It's been happening since before she was conceived. What is she talking about here?
Working together, trying to
It's
figure
not
out
a
how to help
conspiracy.
each other and to have each other's backs. Yeah, to have each other's backs. So let's recap these facts. On September 10th, an Egyptian government aircraft with a history of flying to France and the United States lands at a small Delaware airport
Here we go,
under a
France.
French company maintenance pretext that doesn't actually match the hangar timeline because the French visit predates the French company's deal. Within an hour, federal SUVs move from that airport to 920 North King Street. 920 North King Street has been a federal residence office since at least 1997, and today it houses the DEA, the FBI, and the United States Secret Service, all at the same address. The hangar the plane would have used is controlled through a DRBA lease that itself is nested in federal waterways. The FBI also publicly talks about key partners in Wilmington on the same year that the hangar reactivates. I'm going to skip this next portion because he tells me how I can verify this. And like I said, I did that. Once more, go through this logic and ask yourself how this makes any sense. On November 13, 2022, SUBTT flies from Cairo to Paris to Wichita, Kansas, to Wilmington, Delaware, back to Cairo. That is already a 4-leg, 2-continent hop that ends in Wilmington before going home. 4 days later, on November 17th, 2022, it does Egypt to Wilmington, again, departing at 8:54 a.m., and this time it stays in Wilmington until November 20th, and only then returns to Cairo. So that is 2 Wilmington arrivals in the same week. Nobody burns a government Falcon 7X on 2 separate Wilmington runs for no reason. I mean, just look at the choice of St. Louis, Wichita, Omaha, Lincoln, Williston, Minot, and Provo. None of these are standard diplomatic hubs. Most of those don't even have major consulates. And absolutely none of them are known for large-scale Egyptian presence. So that immediately undermines the whole, it's just a maintenance stop excuse. Ask yourself, why else a state aircraft would hopscotch across America to remote cities if its purpose was just servicing at a defunct Wilmington Assault Center? Wilmington is undeniably a terminal point, and the only logical reason points to 920 North King Street. I could go through all of the dates and do this, but you already mapped the flights, so you already understand exactly what I'm saying.
No,
Obviously, I can't tell you how I know this or who I am or exactly who it is that I work for. My motive is simply that I can no longer keep this stuff in my...
That's assuming that we all know that. And see, here's the thing, Candace, because this is why you're bad at this. Why don't you just assume like no one else knows and then get all the information either way? Because no one else knows the dates. And what you're mapping out could be for an entirely different plane. You haven't verified that these planes are the planes that are being referenced here at all. It's so difficult for her to get a foyer in to get camera footage of these planes at the airport. Like, that's impossible for her to do. But she can put someone else's name and information out there because they were a donor. But she won't do a foyer for images of a plane. Okay. These people are sitting here writing 8-page, love letters. And not one of them can do a FOIA request to get the images for those planes that landed. All these planes, she's saying that mysteriously landing in places. You're not getting any images of them? No images of them. Oh, okay. Yeah, go on, girl.
I had anymore.
Can't make this
I just
up.
need somebody with a history of doing the right thing and figuring out the entire truth. I hope you can understand why I cannot verify my employment here. I took a big risk to tell the truth, and my hope is that you will at least check me on it.
Didn't say
Analyze
anything. Just said
and
a bunch
verify
of
the
words.
flight patterns.
That means nothing.
So,
that meant
I
nothing.
think we know why Cash Patel is out, right? I mean, I read this, checked it, verified it, and
verified it with who? With who? Who verified it? She's not giving us one person's name or nothing. All these so-called flights could have been for any random plane. Won't give us any verification that these are the same planes that she's referred to, that somehow she's claiming is now stalking Erica Kirk. Planes coming from another country in our airspace, stalking one of our American citizens. Can this get any dumber? How bad does this rest of this show get?
I just want to know why, Charlie. I want to know why the decision was made to murder Charlie Kirk. A decision that very clearly had to be approved by Charlie's friends. That's all I have. I want to know want to know why. I think we deserve to know why.
Can't
And
make
instead,
this up.
we're going to
You
be
cannot
sued.
make
I
nonsense
guess, is
up.
this going to be the pathway forward? You're going to start murdering more people in broad daylight for knowing? Is that our consequence? Is that like the slave consequence? Is that like, catching a slave and cutting off their limbs for knowing that you're evil, for finding
What?
out, for us understanding what we have known from the moment that we saw Charlie die and people started peddling out excuses after excuse why we weren't allowed to look into this? I think all we want to know is why. We want to know what that slave did wrong.
What?
I think that's fair.
Who's a slave? Is this a joke? Who's the slave here? As far as I can see, Candace is still alive. She doesn't have to tell her 4 kids why their father's not coming home anymore. How much more soulless does she get now? That letter proof, whatever that was, she printed out, proved nothing. First of all, she doesn't print shit out. She could have read that from her laptop. And you holding up, you still won't show the thing. You won't say who it came from. You won't say any of that. You won't give any information to even remotely corroborate this stuff. I'm like, why would he withhold sending, dates and times or anything? No, just send it either way. You can't make this stuff up. Yeah, because a real good journalist somehow would still deny getting facts like that from somebody. No, you have to send me all of it. What are you talking about? Oh my
I think we
God.
just want to know what he did wrong, okay? Because that email, that checks out. Yeah. Secret
Candace, you keep
Service,
lying
the
and
FBI,
misleading people.
the
This is
DEA being involved, why this plane, the quote unquote Egyptian plane, lands into Wilmington, that checks out. So I guess to our government,
She didn't even show it long
what's the
enough.
next move? Like, are we just going to keep spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to see how much money can be spent on a psychological
dear
operation
God.
to convince people not to believe their own eyes and to convince people to accept the Fed slop, to convince people that Charlie ate 3,000 pounds of energy coming at him? Can we know why? We just want to know what he did. I want to know what Charlie did. I think about this. It is like, what did Charlie find out? Charlie found something out. That's it, guys. Charlie found something out and it caught.
Yeah. So you know, if you took all those dumb conspiracy theories to court, it wouldn't hold up. That letter, none of that shit would hold up in court because it wouldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that anyone else committed a criminal act. Because that's the burden to prove in a criminal matter. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. She won't even say who sent the damn email. None of this stuff means anything. It seems like nothing is connected to anything. Having George type up some letter, put the directory of an address in it to try to make it more believable is just as evil and deceptive and misleading as it can get. And the concept of the government having, private partnerships or contracts with the private sector, how is that a new concept for her? Are you seriously saying that the federal government should not have contracts set up with the private sector? Like regular companies can't have contracts with federal government agencies? Man, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Cost him his life. That's the truth. Okay.
Tyler
Charlie knew
Robinson
something.
shot him.
And whatever it is,
Show
it is
us
big
who
and
the
it's ugly.
shooter is.
And deep down, I think we know what it is. I think we all kind of know what it is. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say
Candace, you
beyond
wasted
the fact
time.
that we are being ruled by sadistic criminals. All of us.
Candace, you are wasting time. All of this, and you're no closer to saying who the actual shooter is if you don't believe it's Tyler Robinson. You haven't provided any concrete evidence to show that it was someone else. She doesn't believe that he pulled the trigger. Who pulled the trigger? We want that bad guy off the street first. We want the person that pulled the trigger to be locked the hell up. If you don't believe it's Tyler Robinson, where's your evidence to show someone else did it and it's this specific person? You're making all of these broad assumptions, these fake ass letters that's got addresses in that anyone from the public can look up. The directory of the FBI, the CIA, we can look this stuff up. What does this have to do with the person that you believe to be the shooter? Why isn't she not able to narrow that down? You can't make this up.
Whole world, every
Only
nation.
one person
okay?
pulled the trigger.
A gang of demented psychopaths rule over us, and their solution
so
to being
dumb.
caught doing psychopathic things is to murder us. To murder us. So,
Who?
we'll take a
Name the
quick
one
break here and
person
come
that
back.
pulled the trigger.
All right, you guys, this holiday season, you can express your love with a very special kind of gift. The gift
Oh,
of
no,
premium
hell
steaks
no,
from
I'm not
Riverbend
giving
Ranch.
you
The
that.
few years,
No,
first
bye.
one that we ended up discovering was related to, can you pull up this, thanks, the Cessna Citation that holds 7 to 8 passengers. That's the one that departed from Scottsdale at 8 o'clock a.m., landed into Provo at 10:06 a.m., and then it immediately departed for Santa Barbara, landed into Santa Barbara, and immediately departed for Scottsdale, landing into Scottsdale at 12:44 p.m., so just after Charlie got shot, because that's Scottsdale time. I am curious about who's on that plane, because we can
Oh,
attach that to Turning Point
Lord.
USA. Turning Point USA is featured on T.W. Lewis's foundation website. They are partners.
Candace, stop typing this stuff up. Why can't you actually show the actual flight information? Why is that? Why are you typing this manual stuff up and expecting people to pass this off as facts? Why type it up? Just show the actual flight information of the plane. You can get a printout of this stuff. Every plane has the black box. I mean, it's data being recorded on these planes. Why in the world is she not at least do a FOIA request and at least pretend like you're trying to get actual information about these aircrafts? Why type this stuff up and expect, her candy ass cult followers, they just believe whatever.
Given Turning Point
They
USA.
don't demand anything. They're very simple-minded. These bots get dumber and dumber every day, I promise you.
And that flight feels very important to me. The next flight is a Beechcraft that departed Scottsdale at 12:27 p.m. local, and that holds just a smaller plane, about 6 seats. The next flight is the 15 to 16 passenger flight. That's a big one. That was Charlie's plane that day. First took him to Salt Lake City for the restaurantology interview that he did, his last interview. And then after he gets shot, which makes sense, somebody sent it directly. I'm assuming this might have been what Mikey McCoy coordinated, sent it straight to Scottsdale. And I would like to know who specifically got onto this plane. And then they land into Provo.
No. You don't need to know who got on the plane. That is not information you're privy to. Once again, you're entitled to something you're not privy to. You think you're entitled to it. No. You've already put another person out there because you called them a Jewish donor. So hopefully that's one more person prepping a lawsuit against her ass.
3:31 p.m. The last plane that we have here is one that departed Santa Barbara at 2:19 p.m. local. That's actually quite late. I'm going to draw your attention to that. That's a smaller airplane, and it's quite late because that's going to be 3:19 p.m. Utah time. That's 3 hours after Charlie got shot. That person is just leaving Santa Barbara. Passengers, don't know. Here are the passengers that we know came from Arizona and potentially Santa Barbara. Andrew Kolvat's wife. We have a priest. We have Stacey Sheridan, who's the chief finance person. We have, fundraiser over there. We have Elizabeth McCoy, the amazing Mike McCoy's wife. We have Tyler Boyer. We have Erica Kirk. There could be more people.
You can't make this up. She's got potential passengers. And for what? For them to continue to get harassed and cyber harassed? Because the candy ass, cult followers, they don't have any care or concern about the rule of law or rights to privacy or any of that. They think that people deserve to just be harassed because Candace Owens, their dumb cult leader, is saying nonsense that makes no sense. Just a bunch of words in a piece of paper. I'm just going to read parts of this and skip over it. You didn't see anything redacted. That was so crazy about it. Nothing redacted, though. She's skimming over the document, selecting which statement she's going to read, and we still have no idea who sent it. And now you're putting up this information for people to be harassed. And all of these people need to sue the crap out of her. Priest. You didn't put the priest name because she's Catholic. Stacey Sheridan, Who are these people? Elizabeth McCoy. Is that Rob McCoy's wife? Erica Kirk. So y'all gonna go after Erica Kirk because she was on the plane? What? Why was it important for you to name these people? You never need to know who the passengers are. This is absolutely ridiculous. If you're not insinuating Erica Kirk into anything, why is her name on this list? Let's start with that. Why is Erica Kirk's name on this list if she's not trying to insinuate Erica Kirk being involved? That's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question. She said, I'm not trying to insinuate Erica Kirk. So why is Erica Kirk's name on this damn list of potential passengers? I don't even understand why she's doing it. Like, why is she putting people's names out here? She knows that it's going to send her cult base. It's like throwing them red meat to the dogs. And they just go and eat it up. They don't care if it's poisoned or not. Why would you put Erica Kirk's name on this list if you're not trying to insinuate that she's involved in anything? Why would her name to be on here? You don't have to name any of these people. But you all can see right here. This is proof that Candace Owens is a huge liar. Candace, you are bad at this. You're sitting here getting offended because Ben Shapiro told Megyn Kelly, who has no spine, and lied about knowing you, being your friend, watching your YouTube channel, your videos, taking in this type of content. Back to back. 4 statements of lies that she made straight to Ben Shapiro's face on national television. And then you get upset because he's saying that you're insinuating that she's involved. Every time you say something about Turning Point and you generalize it and say everyone, that means every person. That is the definition of that word. When you're doing stuff like this, you put down a potential passenger list. And Erica Kirk is number 2 on this list. Everyone else you're implicating. She ain't said much about the priest. Everyone else has gotten the whole hammer from her. So how is one to say that you're not trying to implicate her or to insinuate that she's involved when you have her on this list of people that you have already insinuated? Except the priest. Because, why would she do the priest that way when she's Catholic? You can't make this stuff up. Erica Kirk's name is on this list.
We need to focus here. There's a fact that's not connecting for me when I look at this, a fact that I have about how things were running that day. And so if you have information, maybe you're at Turning Point USA, at who left at what time, Turning Point's headquarters, Elizabeth.
No, Erica Kirk, you need to put a kibosh on Turning Point USA. No, they don't owe Candace Owens a damn thing. They need to become whistleblowers, follow the law, and get protected that way. And then if they feel something is wrong, tell them to report it to the authorities and do it the right way. Otherwise, they need to report it to the FBI or to the prosecutor and go from there, or the legal department within Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA has a legal department. Did y'all know that? They have a legal department. They have a legal and compliance department. Yeah, give it to them. And if you don't feel like you can trust your company that you work for, or trust anyone that work there, then become a whistleblower. The end. It's that simple. But giving it to Candace Owens? No, because Erica Kirk's name is on this list. Why? But she doesn't want to insinuate. Of course, I'm not talking about Erica Kirk. But, this is so suspicious. There's nothing that's right about any of this. I want to know the names of all the people that were on the plane. What if she was on every single flight? Or the majority of them? Then what? At some point, this is going to lead down the road to Erica Kirk. She's already bringing more stress on this woman by saying that Egyptian planes have been following her. As if the kids need to hear that nonsense. You're putting this crap out here, and for what? You don't think that's going to stress her out even more? Now she's got to mourn and grieve the loss of her husband, be CEO of Turning Point, Now she's got to make sure that the tax extension is put in with the IRS, because dumb people are saying dumb things about that because they haven't done any research about it. Then you add on the fact that she's sitting here talking about Egyptian planes are stalking Erica Kirk and following her on U.S. soil in our U.S. airspace. And now she's on this list of potential passengers, where Candace is saying this whole thing is fishy to me. She is literally naming off people that she's already had a gripe with. Why put her on this list, Candace? You idiot.
We have Tyler Boyer, we have Erica Kirk. There could be more people. We have to focus here. There's a fact that's not connecting for me when I look at this, a fact that I have about how things were running that day. And so if you have information, that's 3 hours after Charlie got shot. That person is
she
just
likes to
leaving
lie,
Santa
so I'm
Barbara.
gonna play this again so y'all can hear
Passengers don't know. Here are the passengers that we know came from Arizona and potentially Santa Barbara. Andrew Colvat's wife. We have a priest. We have Stacey Sheridan, who's the chief finance person. We have, fundraiser over there. We have Elizabeth McCoy, the amazing Mike McCoy's wife. We have Tyler Boyer. We have Erica Kirk. There could be more people.
Why have her on there?
Here. There's a fact that's not connecting.
Yeah, something's not connecting. You got Erica Kirk's name on it, and yet you're not trying to insinuate Erica Kirk. Get the F out of here, girl. She's a complete psychotic liar. Why even put her name on that list? Or anyone's name, for that matter. She'd put down the priest's name, because, why dox the priest? You can't make this up.
When I look at this, a fact that I have about how things were running that day. And so if you have information, maybe you're at Turning Point USA, at who left at what time, Turning Point headquarters. Elizabeth McCoy screamed. She grabbed her phone. She ran out. Mikey probably called her. That would make sense. And that's about 30 minutes away from the airport. If you have information inside of Turning Point USA headquarters as to who you heard, or maybe you watched an interview, there were tons of interviews everybody was doing in the days following that were a part of the Turning Point USA apparatus, speaking about where they were, what time they got the call. Please send that at moretips@CandaceOwens.com. Now, our list of Turning Point lies is just getting longer every day. Yesterday, we talked about Brian Harpole, the security guy who was not convincing at all. And he basically said, we didn't have drones because looking at the rooftops, because I wasn't allowed to have drones, right? We just were not allowed to have drones that day. A lot of you emailed us and said that was a lie, actually. Again, going back to the early interviews that a lot of TPUSA people gave, Frank Turek, who was with Charlie on the day that he died, with Charlie in the hospital and carried Charlie into the waiting SUV, he told Megyn Kelly something different about drones on that day. Take a listen.
And in fact, when we were driving into that event, this is the first event I've gone to a college campus with Charlie. He said, Frank, if you can come help me the first couple of days, could you stay an extra day and come with me to the first event? I said, of course. So we're driving in, Megyn, and his team has drones up, looking at the crowd from above, and they text him some video. And there's thousands of people there an hour before. They
use UVU drones. He said that. UVU has drones. They use the drones to get aerial footage. He said that. Did she not see the interview? Or maybe she didn't see the interview, just like she didn't read the indictment. What the hell?
The start. And I said, Charlie, I don't like this place. There's too many buildings. And but he shrugged it off. He knew there were thousands of people there. And he knew in order to minister to people, you can't completely isolate yourself. It's just like love. You can't keep your heart in a box. You got to give it away.
His team had drones. They were texting him footage when he was in the car. So
Brian
Harpole lied.
You see, I
used to lay in my grandma's bed and watch Judge Judy with my grandma growing up. And a lot of it, actually, my grandma had a bad hip. So she sometimes had surgeries, and we'd watch Judge Judy. And I remember in my brain, maybe Judge Judy made me like this. I don't know. But she used to say,
no,
if you lie, you better have a good memory. That's the problem with lies. You gotta have a real good memory to lie. When you're telling the truth, you don't have to have a good memory because it just happens. So you just say it. And Turning Point is not having a very good memory right now. And it's hard because they did so much speaking in the aftermath that they can't go back.
This is coming from the woman who can't remember what she said from one show to another show. Yeah. And they got cult members sitting here saying, no, she didn't say that, when I'm pulling up videos showing the captions of her saying the words. The F.
And delete files. And so we can add that to our list now of verifiable Turning Point lies.
Candace, who emailed you that letter again? Yeah. Who's your so-called leaks at FBI? Hell, who are the leaks at Turning Point? He said UVU allowed them to use those drones. He said their drones are really small. He even described what their drones look like. And there's video footage to corroborate that. That is UVU's campus. So if any drones were in the air, they're UVU's drones. And he said that they allowed us to use their drones to take aerial footage. You can't make this up.
This list is, by the way, we're on 2 pages. Here's a second page. It's getting long. And I'm wondering why
Oh my
otherwise you're being
God.
told.
I don't know
Right?
what
Ryan
the
did this
hell is
interview
going on.
months later, and they still don't have their ducks in a row. By the
They
way,
couldn't
elsewhere
fly
in
their
that interview
own
with Brian Harpole,
drones.
the
They
security
had to
guy, with
use
Sean Ryan,
UVUs.
he reiterates, he doubles down on the idea that Charlie ate 3,000 pounds of energy coming at him. Take a listen.
So the bullet came in and hit the vertebra. So it came in and then tore up everything in the wound cavity, hit the vertebra, crushed it, shattered it, turned, crushed the second one, turned, kept going down all the way. I think they said C6.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's like, why not put that info out? Why not put it out? And then
Why wouldn't they put that out?
And if do me a favor, don't make me do it. It's not my job. And so then it got to here, and you're exactly right. And then hit, I think, 6, and then fragged. And so explanation 101.
Yeah, she doesn't understand what fragged is. It means Candace, that means it fragmented. Okay? It fragmented. It broke up into pieces. Sitting your vertebral disc in your spinal column. You have to understand it. This thing is going through the neck and going down the spine. C1 to C6. She probably has no concept of any of that.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah. It's like I'm sitting back here when people are saying we bombed him.
She don't
or
know what
there's
that means.
wound. I'm like, hey, somebody would, from an official capacity, would just release that. And I don't see how that could jeopardize a fair trial
God.
for a guy.
So to be clear, the only person that can actually release his autopsy report is Erica, next of kin. That's given to the next of kin. That's like the Utah state policy. If he's suggesting that the feds are blocking her from doing that, I mean, he's in that statement, why not just release it? They could in theory just release it. And yeah, it's not going to jeopardize anything. The reason they're sending you out to do it is because they don't want to be caught lying themselves. The feds have told a ton of lies. That's the problem. And they don't want to add to it. So
But you can't prove that they were lies because you haven't put out any factual evidence to show what the truth is. Because that is how you defeat a lie. You have to show the truth. It's not about what you say, what you can prove, Candace. None of this matters if you can't prove it in a court of law. We want the bad guy off the street. Who shot Charlie Kirk if you don't think Tyler Robinson did? That's the question. She's not answering that question at all. She's not honing down to one person. She's going from France to Israel to Egypt, from countries to groups to organizations to companies. She's not narrowing this down to one person that pulled the trigger. Talking about underground pipes and communistic bees, but can't pinpoint a person.
easier to sound a security person and say, oh, we never said that. He said that. If what he is saying is true, Charlie wasn't shot by a 30-06, which we've been telling you from the beginning. Okay. We've been telling you Charlie was not shot by a 30-06. He was not that damaged. I told you this. I confirmed this. Okay.
Tell her to post
and
the proof.
so you are
time.
left to believe that this really was a modern day miracle. And that bullet came at him from 150 yards, 3,000 pounds of energy, and it just pinged off the back of his neck and went down into his stomach. Or Charlie was shot.
It didn't say it went down into his stomach. That's not where the vertebral disc is. Does she not know that's the spinal column? He didn't say it went to his stomach, Candace. That's not where your spine is. It didn't go into his stomach. It stopped at his C6. Holy Jesus, she is stupid. Tell her to post up her evidence and stop wasting everybody's time with this.
Again, that's like the Utah state policy. If he's suggesting that the feds are blocking her from doing that, I mean, he's in that statement, why not just release it? They could in theory just release it. And yeah, it's not going to jeopardize anything. The reason they're sending you out to do it is because they don't want to be caught lying themselves. The feds have told a ton of lies. That's the problem.
No, it's
they
federal
don't want to add
laws.
to it. So it's easier to sound a security person and say, oh, we never said that. He said that. If what he is saying is true,
they don't release evidence related to a federal investigation because we have federal laws in the United States of America. Whether you like them or not is irrelevant. No one cares. But if you have respect for the rule of law, you're going to uphold the law. The end.
Charlie wasn't shot by a 30-06, which we've been telling you from the beginning. Okay. We've been telling you Charlie was not shot by a 30-06. He was not that damaged. I told you this. I confirmed this. Okay. And so you are left to believe that this really was a modern day miracle. And that bullet came at him from 150 yards, 3,000 pounds of energy, and it just pinged off the back of his neck and went down into his stomach. Or Charlie was shot with a smaller weapon. Okay. A smaller caliber.
What weapon?
Either or. You get to decide. You get to decide.
No. You're making the allegation, little dum-dum. So name the weapon. Because she's an expert at this now. Name the weapon. Why don't you show some ballistics reports or something, with testing, done the gunshot residue? Why don't you show the ballistic report and tell us the weapon, Candace? Because that's something you're supposed to be answering. You're the one making the accusation. No one's saying this dumb crap but you. So you post up the evidence. Post it up now. You're wasting time. We want the bad guy off the street, Candace. So post up the ballistics report that I guess you and some team has gathered. Whatever residue tests on the gunshots and the bullets and all that. Why don't you post that information up? Go ahead. Because we want the bad guy off the street. We want the person that pulled the trigger off the street. We want the weapon to be used as evidence in the case. Tell us the weapon, since you know it all. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Nope. Candace, you're bad at this, girl. You are bad at this. This is horrible. Once again, insinuating Erica Kirk by putting Erica Kirk's name on this potential passenger list. But yet you're not trying to involve her. Why would you put a name on that list? It's so stupid.
Whether salad can do that. You get to decide whether you're accepting the Popeye the Sailor Man narrative and he ate spinach. And then the next thing you know, everything was great and he was strong. You decide.
I like
they think
Popeye.
You're stupid. They think we're all stupid. Obviously, this is a conspiracy.
Candace is
Okay,
stupid.
it is a conspiracy.
Her
And
and
I
the
was so happy
candy-ass
to hear
Coke
Joe Rogan
followers.
spell out and acknowledge that not only are conspiracies real,
No
but they're
evidence.
actually common. Okay, he sat down with comedian Theo Vaughn and they discussed just that thing. Take a listen.
Conspiracy theories are dangerous. Look how many people are being doxxed and harassed and cyberbullied. You got the candy ass followers and the cult members and the dumb bots posting up the same comments over and over again. It does help push up my engagement in the chat because they're not smart enough to know not to do that. But, keep at it. But it becomes dangerous because it puts people's lives in danger because they have no boundaries. They have no respect for the rule of law. They don't care if they're invading on someone else's rights. Candace is posting up medical information that she acquired illegally. Personal identifiable health information of where Charlie Kirk went to the hospital without consent from Erica Kirk. And she did not give two craps about it because she has no respect for the rule of law or someone else's rights to maintain their privacy. One thing the head of security talked about is him and his entire team have been doxxed. Their family, their children have been doxxed. Personal information has been put out there. Credit cards stolen. Cyber crimes committed all over the place. And she's sitting here saying, his interview that was not credible. What do you mean? But she didn't prove anything was actually false in what he said. She doesn't understand how jurisdiction works when it comes to campus police versus the local police department. So she wouldn't even be able to articulate that point that I was articulating to a candy-ass cult member who still could not spell intelligent correctly. Or your. Because there's a difference between Y-O-U-R and Y-O-U''RE. Because they're dumb. At least do a spell check if you're going to leave these comments in my chat. Good grief.
What makes me nervous is the people that
Dangerous
are
stuff
not
here.
aware that all of our assumptions of how the government works were all based on bull. The people that still believe, that are like true believers of one side or the other, true faith in government and experts, those people make me more nervous because some of them are smart. That's what's crazy. When smart people are completely unwilling to recognize that conspiracies are not just real, but they're also not rare. They're very common. They're common and people get away.
They're not real until you sit here and try to make it real by repeating it. Conspiracy theories, though, are never corroborated with evidence. The only reason why people believe them is because either the person that's saying it has this type of influence where they can say something and people just believe it because cult leader, or they say it and repeat it over and over again to where people start to believe it to be true. Where is the documentation from that 15 hours of research that lady did? That should probably be reported as an imposter. You don't impersonate CIA agents and you're not an agent. Absolutely ridiculous. What the hell is Joe Rogan talking about? You should not want conspiracy theories. You should want things to be based on facts and evidence. That's it. That's how people like Candace is out here with a whole cult that believes everything she says and then don't demand evidence or documentation. They don't demand it. They can't defy the word fact, evidence, truth, proof. And yet, whatever she says, they go with it. Oh, yeah, that must be true. Based on what? And I don't expect them to be smart enough to, think that hard, because they still can't distinguish the difference between your, Y-O-U-R, and your, Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. Because that's what you should be using, that term. Not your, but your. The conjunction word, meaning you are. Ugh.
With them.
Yeah.
Y'all see the
Especially when they're in
comments in the
positions of
chat?
extreme power, like running intelligence agencies. And there's a lot of things that they do that are morally reprehensible, but totally legal.
Oh, God.
Like they can do it because they're allowed to, because they are a
You can't make
three-letter
this up.
organization and they have ultimate power to do a lot of like really gross things that are in the nature or in the
Evidence.
interest of national security.
Where's
So like
the
this is the whole
evidence?
idea behind this. Like this is our decision. This is the best move for national security. This is how we compromise assets. This is how we gather information. This is how we keep America safe.
Yeah, so the Jeffrey Epstein files, like
No, we don't keep America safe on conspiracy theories. That's a damn lie from the pit of hell. He ought to know better. Oh, Candace, by the way, you're not number one podcaster on earth because Joe Rogan is in the top 3. You have not surpassed him. Funny how you use his video. But no, he's wrong and you're wrong about that. Conspiracy theories do not keep our country safe. Maintaining confidentiality does, but not conspiracy theories. Nope. This is why it's best to not say anything at all than to say something, and then you have to say something that could compromise integrity when it comes to national security. This is why Candace Owens is not getting any evidence related to this federal investigation either, because she's not privy to it, just like the rest of us. No one owes her this stuff. And if they're going to give anything to anyone, it'll be his wife, Erica Kirk. That's it. Candace does not deserve any of this stuff. She's not owed any of this. She's not privy to it. Only next to kin. She should have gotten Erica's permission before she posted up that medical information. But she didn't get anybody's consent. And she could be sued for liability. That would be invasion of privacy. Whether you're dead or alive, you still have the right to it. You don't get to trample upon someone else's rights because of your nonsense and conspiracies. You can't show respect for the fellow person and maintaining their rights and not inflicting your nonsense on them. Then why should anybody have any respect for you? So sue her ass.
they're out there saying it would really compromise national security if we told you. Yeah, worldwide. If we told you that actually
That was not
this whole
public
world is being run by
information
pedophiles,
anymore.
our nation wouldn't be secure. You guys would probably be in the streets violently protesting. You'd never send your kids into school. You'd avoid the government like the plague, and you'd stop paying taxes. So we're just going to classify that as a national security risk. That's kind of what that means. Obviously, it means that what they are doing is so despicable that if we knew what they were doing, we would not listen to them. That's what that means. That's what that language means. That's why there's been so much protection over Jeffrey Epstein, because that is who rules over us. These people are disgusting. And there's just been so much proof in, particularly, I would say, the last 2 years of that. I mean, any person who actually watched the Brigitte Macron story knows that that was a story about pedophiles in power. Pedophiles in power and the psychopathic lengths they will go through to make.
Oh,
They're suing her, aren't they?
I think they are. I don't know if they still are.
I think they're at least threatening.
Yeah, they're gonna
to catch a
win,
weed
too.
out of that.
Like I said, the fact that they
Oh my
are
God, no. Okay. I mean, this whole thing was so mind-numbing. I'm just confused. She's still putting up the photo of E.T. Brigitte is going to tear her ass up in court because, Candace, here's another thing you don't have. Scientific evidence. You don't have DNA. No. And because you don't understand how human anatomy and biology and science works, you need DNA to prove someone was genetically born male or female. You don't have it, girl. They're going to bring that to court. And when they bring that to court, they're going to win, because that's all the evidence you would need to debunk someone claiming you were born a man. DNA. You wanted the blood of the first lady and you couldn't get it. Period. Go watch it on her channel. Didn't you see this already? I'm sure you did. You get the candy ass cult members coming here saying, I want to see it the right way. You can watch it on her channel. I'm not just I think we're all good. You know, Lady Luck Club, the Lucksters over here, we're good because I cannot continue to confuse my people anymore. We already got the candy ass bots working overtime, misspelling words, simple words that can be Googled. Now, you think medical information is public information. That is a lie from the pit of hell. I know you're not going to Google and read anything because maybe you don't know how to read either. But no. Obtaining information illegally, meaning the hospital staff sending something in violation of HIPAA privacy laws, which are federal laws, does not make that public information. No one needed to know that. It was always private information. Your medical information is private information. That is not public information, what she posted. She posted with no consent from Erica Kirk and obtained it illegally. So Erica Kirk could sue the crap out of her and win. That simple. You're out of your mind. Do you understand what you're saying? That comment make no sense. The S-Files, I thought I have seen you in this chat. Oh, they're all up in here, honey. They're all up in here. See, they say, this stuff like this. They're all up in here. She's saying that DNA can be taken from somewhere else if it's not. Y'all see how they copy and paste? Look at what Jasmine said. Now look let's go down here to what this Caesar said. They're saying the same thing. A dog. DNA cannot be taken from somewhere. Y'all see that? They copy and pasting the same comment. Thank you for helping to push up the algorithm. That's what I told you all. I think the candy asses are hilarious. They're pushing up my algorithm. They're pushing up engagement in the chat. They don't spell worth a damn. And they copy and paste the same comment. Oh boy. You can't make this stuff up. Candace is an idiot. So I don't expect her to not, like, the people that follow her are probably going to be less than that. Because you can't be a narcissist and not be the smartest person in the room. So since Candace Owens wants to be the smartest person in the room, do you really think that she would have a following where any one of her followers are smarter than her? Think about that. She doesn't even know how to tell if she's being trolled in her email tip line. This is what we are, people. Of course, her followers have to be dumber than she is. It's almost bot-like activity. Copy and paste the same comment, saying the same thing in every single video. It's driving up my engagement, and I appreciate them for it. I appreciate them for it. Thank you. Tracy, I follow Jay Witt. Yeah, you can't respond to them too many times because they just saying the same thing over and over again. Just like with the aspect of the head of security and the UVU campus having jurisdiction on their own, over UVU campus, the police department versus the local PD. Like concepts like that is nah. Don't try to explain that to them. Yeah. Birds of a feather flock together. Exactly. It's so crazy. They copy paste the same old thing. It is what it is. Thank you, John. Charlie Kirk thought Erica was prettier than Candace, and that burns Candace up. Yeah, Candace, you're jealous of Erica Kirk. That's all this is. It's coming down to a level of jealousy. I'm going to believe that you're a bot because I said so. You see how that works? The same thing you believe any and everything Candace Owens says, I get to do that too. You're a bot. The end. Can you at least do spell check? Can you do spell check? It's not it's you are. Okay? Those two sounds the same. I get it. spelled very differently. All right. We can't speak cult over here. We don't do that. Please do spell check. That's all I'm asking. Don't copy and paste the same exact thing. Go through spell check. Oh God. Oh, look at they so bored. Oh no. All right. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We're gonna go over to Umar. I gotta get Umar in. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be a late live, but we're gonna have a little fun. So you guys, we've caught up. Or you're thank you. Yeah, they're saying you are Y-O-U-R, but not your. When because that's what they're meaning to say. You're like you are, but they're sending Y-O-U-R. It's like nope. You're gonna get your syntax correct. You're gonna do spell check over here. You're not gonna do that to me. You're just not gonna do that. I'm not gonna read literally the same comment being posted up by 15 different accounts over and over again, and none of them are spelled correctly. You're gonna spell things correctly over here. That's what you're gonna do. So, all right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate you guys. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Since we're caught up now, we'll be able to kind of like live stream tomorrow, hopefully, if I can. If not, then I'll do a late reaction to what she posts up tomorrow, but I'm not a day behind or anything like that. So, can someone block this clown right here? We don't, you spelling out Nigger. Why are you doing it? Bot low IQ, dumb. I mean, I don't, no one has to use the N word because you can't come up with a comment. You can't come up with something more intellectual. Can someone block Caesar? We don't do that. No, don't ever use that N word over here. Block them. We don't do that. That's not a joshing around thing. Don't come for me with that. I don't play that shit over here. Don't do that. Block this person here. You spelling out Nigger? Get out of my chat. You're gonna get blocked. Can I get one of the mods to block them? Manny, you still here? Can you block them? This is my channel. I have run everything over here. S-Files, can you block him? S-Files, can you block him? Block this person. No, we don't do it. We don't do racial slurs. We don't do that. Nobody has to do that. That's not even, it's not necessary. If you can't even come back with a comment, no. It is. There we go. All right. I just banned them on my end. I don't know if this is StreamYard, if I can do it on YouTube as well. Yeah, the N word. Hell no. He's spelling the N word multiple times. No, I don't do that. I don't do that. Nope. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate that. We can disagree. We can disagree. I throw banter and jabs, but I don't have to go down the racial slur path. No one has to do that. That's not necessary. So it's done from this end. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Candace said, aka Jermaine Stewart, says she FOIA license plates information, but that is impossible due to privacy laws. But she's putting people's information out here, medical and private information out here, posting up people's houses. That's doxing. Like, she is ridiculous. All right, y'all. Let's get ready to get over to Umar's live. So if you guys can tune in, it's gonna be a late live. We're gonna have some fun though. But if not, I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening, and until the next one, thank you all so much for tuning in. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.